Hi there. Thank you for listening. Be sure to subscribe to my channel so you never miss an upload. The Pastor's Reckless Bride by Mallory Ford, Book 4 in the Hope House Bride series. Chapter 1, April 1887, New Orleans, Louisiana. "Whoa there!" a gravelly voice shouted as Tessa Stanton stepped out into the street. "Careful, miss, or you'll end up flatter than a Johnny cake." The man's skin looked like aged leather, and he was missing most of his teeth. He tugged hard on his reins to halt his team, and Tessa sent an apologetic smile his way. "Sorry, sir, I wasn't looking where I was going." How anyone could when the New Orleans streets were so busy was beyond her. Horses and wagons went every direction one could think of. Streetcars puttered on their lines, while vendors for all types of wares shouted for potential patrons to come inside their stores. One could barely move an inch without bumping into another body or two. Not to mention, there was always a heavy cloud of dust in the air, one that had her coughing whenever the air was dry on busy streets. He chuckled, his white mustache jiggling under his wide-brim hat. That much was obvious. Be careful. With a jolly wave, he went on his way, but he'd have no idea how his choice of words made Tessa giggle. Careful? That was something Tessa had never been a day in her life. She'd tried over the years to be more reserved, to look before she leaped, but no amount of training from the house mothers at Hope House had managed to turn her into something she wasn't. Impulsivity was both her greatest asset and greatest challenge, but it depended on the day which one it was. Maneuvering her way down the busy streets, doing her best not to trip and fall over one of the many imperfections on the sidewalk, Tessa moved further and further away from the garden district where she spent most of her workdays. For the 2 years since she'd aged out of Hope House, she'd taught piano and voice lessons to some of the children of wealthier folks in the city, though her inexpensive boarding house room was not exactly in the same neighborhood, and it broke her heart a little that the job was coming to an end. It had started with a couple of influential Hope House donors and grew by word of mouth until she was booked solid most days. Were it not for her own reckless decision, she'd be able to continue doing it as long as she wanted. Watching children learn to love music was something she deeply enjoyed, and she always had a wait list for families wanting to sign their children up. For most of her life, she'd wanted to perform, which was how she'd gotten into this mess in the first place. Teaching children music had also stolen a piece of her heart. Maybe, just maybe, she'd be able to continue doing so where she was going. Her clients in New Orleans had appreciated her work, and it felt nice to pursue something greater than oneself. It helped that she was willing to go to their homes rather than make them come to her, not that she'd have had access to a piano in the boarding house room she shared with Grace anyway. She and Grace Middleton had aged out of Hope House within months of each other, so becoming roommates had been a convenient blessing. Grace was an orderly at the hospital and had occasionally tutored some of the same children Tessa had taught music. The further she walked, the closer she got to her side of town. The waterfront wasn't the safest place to live, but it was inexpensive, and the breeze coming off the river kept the air cleaner than it would be further into the city. At least, that's what she told herself. Not that it would matter much longer. Miss Munson kept their boarding house as clean as she could, and she provided breakfast and dinner every day as part of their rent. She did her best, and Tessa wouldn't be surprised if she cut the girls a deal on their room rate to try and ensure they had safe housing. Reaching the docks, the familiar sight of men lined up for their weekly pay came into view. Men of all shapes and sizes stood there waiting, but it was the 3 young boys at the front that caught her eye. Preston, William, and Peter were 3 of the street boys she'd come to consider as little brothers over the years. All 3 of them had lied and said they were 16 to land jobs loading and unloading cargo boats. They were underpaid, that much was certain, but they were also only 15. They couldn't complain, or they'd be fired and right back to where they'd been before. The smell of fish, sweat, and coal from the cargo ships nearly hit her in the face as the wind shifted, but it was a scent she was used to. Jeers and looks from men were just as familiarly unwelcome, but it wasn't either of those things that held her attention as she approached. "Boss," Preston said, as he held 2 measly coins in his hand, "this isn't fair. We do the same work as the other men." The clean-shaven man behind the desk narrowed his eyes. He wore a button-down shirt and trousers too, but his were clean and a little tight on his portly frame. His cheeks were thick and rosy, and the buttons pulled in the chest of his shirt. "Fine. You want to complain? Then you don't work here anymore. You're fired, and you can take your posse of street urchins with you." Men within earshot protested, but a single look from the boss silenced them all. No one who worked down at the docks could afford to lose their job, and many of the men had families to feed. In fact, Preston had told her once that quite a few of the men were immigrants who barely even spoke English, so finding work at all could be difficult for them. If they wanted to support their families, they had to toe the line. Luckily, she didn't. As though of their own accord, Tessa's feet marched up to the table and placed her hand on Preston's shoulder. He had just recently caught up to her in height, but he and the rest of them would always be the little brothers she never had. His shaggy dark hair whipped in the wind as he turned to face her, his mouth opening to no doubt call her off. He didn't get the chance. Squaring her shoulders, Tessa glared at the man who turned towards her with a brow raised. "Sir, I'm giving you one chance to pay these boys what you promised them." The way the money was laid out, it was clear he'd intended to short the boys all along. "Be a man of your word." Preston took a step back, jerking his chin away from there. "Go, Tessa," he whispered. "Let us take care of it." He was thin, all three of them always far too thin. They did their best to feed themselves with the money they made, but growing boys needed far more than they'd ever managed to make. William and Peter exchanged worried glances, but her attention was quickly brought back to the boss when he burst into laughter. "What are you going to do, lady? Tell the teacher?" He stood, towering over her as he rounded the desk. The buttons on his shirt pulled even more, and a bit of spit dribbled down his cheek as she caught a whiff of chewing tobacco. "You gonna strong-arm me?" He spat at her feet, a few tiny drops hitting her boots. Stomach turning, Tessa refused to back down. Tessa wrinkled her nose. "No, but I will outsmart you. Boys, run!" With that, she grabbed a small stack of the money on the table, leaving what would hopefully be enough for the rest of the men to receive their wages. Taking off at a dead sprint, one she'd been proud of over the years, Tessa felt her long black hair falling from its bun as she flew down the street towards the boarding house. Her feet took the distance over the cobblestone as though she'd been doing it all her life, and somehow her sensible boots and skirt didn't trip her up as she ducked through street vendors and around wagons to get as far away from the docks as possible. The boss shouted behind her, but he apparently didn't care enough to give chase. That, or he knew he couldn't keep up with her. Finally, it felt like they were far enough away. She began to look for a place of refuge. The boys had run alongside her, Peter laughing as he went. "That was brilliant, Tess." Of the three of them, Peter had always been the jolliest, while Preston tended to be more serious as their leader. William swung back and forth depending on the situation. They slowed once they'd rounded the corner of a building, and she motioned all three into the alley. "If he hadn't just fired the three of you, I never would have done it, but I figured you had nothing to lose." Dividing the bills up 3 ways, Tessa handed what was probably the equivalent of 3 weeks' pay to each of them. "There, I imagine he's been stiffing you a whole lot longer than 3 weeks, but I didn't want everyone else to go without their pay either. This should get you through until you can find other jobs." William glanced over his shoulder, both fear and admiration in his young eyes. "I can't believe you did that, Tessa. You could have gotten arrested." "You can't believe it?" Peter threw a scrawny arm around her shoulders. "Tess has been risking her skin for us for as long as I can remember." "Speaking of which," Tessa said, as her heart broke a little at the realization she needed to tell them what happened, "I need to let you guys know that this may be the last time you see me for a while." In reality, it may be the last time she ever saw them, but she couldn't think that way just yet. "I've applied to become a mail-order bride to the same town some of the girls from Hope House went, and Mrs. Miller accepted me into the program." She didn't elaborate on why the choice had been necessary, but it didn't matter. William's brow furrowed, and he looked older than his 15 years. "What? But how can you know he'll be a good man? What if he hurts you?" No doubt, memories of his own childhood flashed through his mind, and Tessa put a steadying hand on his shoulder. "I'm not alone out there. Paige, Mara, and Kate already have wonderful homes and families in Colorado, and the man I've been matched with is a pastor. God goes before me, but I do hate to leave you three." Peter snorted, but she could see the sadness on his face. "You? A pastor's wife? Does he know you once tried to make a dog sled and forgot to put brakes so you crashed into Mr. Glover's apple cart? You're the one who heard about the dog sleds in Alaska and begged her to try and make one despite the fact that we live in New Orleans and get no snow," Preston said. "But not adding brakes was kind of your fault, Tess." That she could admit. Plus, the stray dogs they'd enlisted to pull the sled weren't exactly excited about their makeshift harnesses. "Fair enough. But no, he doesn't know about that because I was 15 when I did that." "I'm 15 now, and I know that would be a bad idea," Peter said with a grin. "But really, we're gonna miss you." Looking around at the boys she'd met when she was 13 years old while out on an errand with Grace for one of the house mothers, she felt her eyes mist. "I know. I'm gonna miss you too. Promise me something. All of you." She paused, continuing only when they all nodded. "I know none of you ever wanted to go to Hope House, and I can respect that, but please promise you'll go there if you ever need help. They're good people, not like your last orphanage, I promise." The fact that she'd never been able to convince them to seek help from Hope House would forever hurt, but the three of them had done well for themselves on the street after running from another, much harsher group home. Preston spoke for the group of them, as he often did. "We will. You guys still have the Bible I gave you?" She'd done her best to tell them about Jesus over the years, praying daily something would take. Peter pulled the small, weathered book from his satchel. "Always, Tess. If your God is real, we figure it can't hurt to keep him with us." "He's real, and he's with you no matter what." Tears flowed down Tessa's cheeks as she pulled the group of them into a hug. One day, she prayed they'd know it for themselves. Mud Lake, Colorado. Benjamin held the letter in a slightly trembling hand as he stood on the porch of Samuel Pratt's ranch house. The field seemed to go on and on forever in one direction, backing up against a mountain in another. A creek trickled through the center of the land, and goats brayed in their pen. His knees knocked a little as well as he stood on the white front porch, and he steadied himself against the doorframe. Had he made a mistake? Laughter wafted out from the dining room as everyone else's lives went on as normal. Children squealed with laughter, while the occasional puppy would yip in excitement. Out here on the porch, he could pretend his entire life wasn't about to change, but inside it would become real. Not for the first time that morning, doubts assailed. Why had he sent off for a mail-order bride in the first place? What if she had no desire to go on visits with him to serve their community? What if she found him unbearably ugly? What if she was cruel and nagging? Objectively, Benjamin Martin knew he wasn't completely unfortunate-looking. Women had always found him attractive, but none had really caught his eye. To be honest, he'd have been content continuing his ministry as a single man were it not for the occasions in which a wife was really necessary for the sake of the gospel. He couldn't step over the threshold of a widow's home, opting to stand on the porch to stay above any suspicion. He felt awkward visiting a family right after they'd had a baby, though it was certainly something a pastor ought to do. Marital counseling was difficult to put into practice when one wasn't married himself, and he was completely lost when it came to rearing children. Realizing the letter in his hand had begun to go clammy in his palms, Benjamin took a deep breath. "Lord, I followed what I believe to be your leading to send a letter off to Mrs. Miller, and I pray you and you alone have guided Miss Stanton here." As he finished, he opened the large white door to the farmhouse and stepped over the threshold. Kate Pratt, the lady of the house and the first mail-order bride from Hope House to arrive in Mud Lake, Colorado, stuck her head out from the kitchen. 3 toddlers brushed past her skirts as they chased each other through the hallway on unsteady legs. "Oh, Pastor, there you are. Come on in. We've just begun to set the table." As though driven by a force other than sheer will, Benjamin did as instructed, greeting this large family one by one. Samuel and his wife, Kate, had one son named Elijah, though she was due later that summer with their second. Liam, Samuel's brother, and his wife, Mara, had been blessed with twin girls only a few months younger than Elijah named Melody and Marjorie. Riley and Paige Hart had the youngest of the brood, at least until Kate gave birth, named Daniel. The older 3 children all sat in high chairs and created a sort of drum out of the table in front of them. Daniel didn't eat solid food yet, but would occasionally gurgle along to the noise. Noise at the Pratt Ranch was always much higher than it was in his house as a single man, but Ben found he enjoyed it more than he ever thought possible. Not having ever imagined he'd marry, he found himself more and more wondering what it would be like to be a father. Samuel, Liam, and Riley had all settled into the role well. The family had indeed grown exponentially since Benjamin had arrived in town nearly 2 years ago, but they'd always welcomed him with open arms. Samuel approached, his calm wisdom something Benjamin had called on more than once in his time in town. "You all right, Pastor? You seem a little distracted. You're not feeling poorly, are you? We can get you some tinctures and herbs if so, though a trip to Doc's wouldn't hurt either." Benjamin fought a smile. Samuel Pratt was known for being a bit of a worrier surrounding those he considered family. Being thousands of miles away from the only family he had, it had blessed Benjamin to see how they had all but adopted him into their brood. "I'm fine. I've got a bit of news to share with everyone, if you don't mind." He'd planned to wait until everyone sat down to eat, but he was about to jump out of his skin as it was. Raising a curious brow, Samuel nodded. "Of course." Moving into the voice of a family patriarch, Samuel spoke over the chaos. "Everyone, Pastor Martin has something to share with us. Kate, honey, will it hurt anything to gather in the living room for a minute?" Moving a pot of gravy off the stove in the kitchen, Kate shook her head and wiped her hands on her apron. "No, everything will keep just fine." She removed Elijah from his high chair and ushered him and the twins to the living room. Their dog, Finn, wagged his tail in the kitchen, no doubt hoping for a taste of whatever smelled so divine. "Let's go, everyone, into the living room." The group gathered with expectant curiosity, the women sitting on the sofa with their husbands scattered throughout the room. Samuel stood behind Kate, his hands placed protectively on her shoulders, but he'd known the man long enough to know it was more out of habit than any real threat. Liam held Marjorie while Melody sat in Mara's lap, both little blondes absolutely adorable in their matching gingham dresses. Paige held baby Daniel as he dozed, Riley leaning against the wall by the window. "Thank you for having me today, Samuel Kate. I always appreciate the invitation. I'm not a man who beats around the bush, so I'll just come out with it. I've sent off for a mail-order bride from Mrs. Miller's agency, and I've just received the second letter from the young lady." The mix of expressions around the room might have been comical, were Ben not so nervous. Samuel's face remained stoic, but Kate's mouth dropped open in surprise. Liam's grin was so wide it took up his entire face, while Paige and Mara wore identical wide-eyed gazes. "Pastor," Samuel said as he cleared his throat, "congratulations. Of course, we'll do everything we can to help your bride get settled. But what brought this on? I'm sure it's something you've prayerfully considered." "I'm just curious as to why." That was a question he could easily answer. "I've enjoyed living in Mud Lake, and the community has welcomed me with open arms. I'm not lonely, if that's what you're thinking, but I find that much of my ministry would be more effective with a wife by my side." He went through a few instances lately in which having a woman with him would have been helpful, and the group had mostly recovered from their shock by the time he finished. "The woman I've been matched with seems like she'll fit right in with the ministry. She's compassionate, chaste, bright, kind-hearted, and is even gifted in music." The last part hadn't been a requirement, but it was certainly helpful for a pastor's wife in any context. At that, Paige cocked her head to the side, eyes narrowed in suspicion. "What's her name?" The three of them had only left Hope House a few years before, so it was likely they knew her. "She says she lived at Hope House from the age of 8 until she moved out at 18, and she's been teaching music lessons in the city ever since. Her name is Tessa Stanton." Mara let out a loud and unladylike snort as Paige's brows nearly disappeared into her hairline. "Tessa Stanton is your bride?" She and the women traded amused glances. "Well, folks, things are about to get interesting around here." Heat rising in his chest at their response, Ben placed the letter in his back pocket. "Is there something I should know about Miss Stanton that would make her unsuitable as a pastor's wife?" Mara's face softened, and she shook her head, searching for words before speaking. "You will never find a more kind-hearted woman than Tessa Stanton. She's brilliant, beautiful, and deeply committed to helping those in need. She's also an incredibly fun person to be around, and the joy of the Lord in her lights up every room she walks into. Just be patient with her and appreciate her for who she is." Whatever she wasn't saying tempted him to ask more questions, but it didn't appear as though she planned to say any more. "And you three think this will turn out well?" Kate placed her hand on Mara's, her smile soft and warm. "Mara's right. You won't find a woman more committed to loving those who need it, and we'll be here to help her get acclimated to life here. No marriage is completely perfect, and these situations add an entirely new layer of complications. Just as Mara said, be patient, and I believe the Lord will use the two of you heartily in his service. When does she arrive?" "From the sound of it, tomorrow." He'd been sitting on the news for a few days, unsure how to even broach the subject. After a brief pause, Samuel clapped his hands together. "Well, Pastor, if that's all, I reckon we can all go have some of the delicious lunch my wife made us. Then, I guess I better send a hand over to Sawyer's Pass to see if a circuit judge is available to perform a wedding tomorrow." Chapter 2. "All right, Miss Stanton," the kind porter Miles said as the train's brakes squealed to a stop. "This is Mud Lake. Welcome home." He tipped his head forward to bid her goodbye, both hope and concern on his weathered face. "I do hope you find happiness here, ma'am, and that your groom is good to you." In the miles from New Orleans to Mud Lake, Tessa had gotten to know Miles quite well. They'd swapped stories of childhoods and even realized they shared the Christian faith. Miles had been working as a porter for the rail line since his wife had passed away 10 years before. He'd worked through his grief as he rode across the country, and that resilience in the face of adversity had inspired Tessa deeply. "I'll be fine, Miles. Remember, I have friends here. I'm not alone." As the train came to its final stop, Miles handed Tessa her satchel and gestured to the platform. Mrs. Miller had gotten Tessa a ticket in one of the nicer passenger cars, something she'd not always been able to do with the girls she'd sent beforehand, due to the necessity of their getting out of town quickly. She did, however, always make sure they took a white dress with them that the agency had specially made, as she'd taken a liking to the fashion after Queen Victoria did it at her wedding. Bradford Marbury and his cronies might have been persistent and terrifying, but they hadn't known where she lived, so it hadn't been as emergent as it could have been. The sun shone down onto the steps, and she bent at the waist to look out the clouded window. The sight brought a sheen of tears to her eyes, and peace washed over her soul. Miles held out his hand to guide her down the steps. "I can see that. Have a good life, Miss Tessa." With a grin, Tessa turned back to wink at the old man as he shut the train's door. "I think I will." Anxious to take in the sight before her, Tessa didn't even try to stem the tears dripping onto her cheeks. Kate, Mara, and Paige stood with their families off the train's platform. All three of them wore wide grins, and Tessa didn't think she'd ever seen them look more beautiful. Kate's belly was also swollen to the point that it was clear she'd have another small friend to spoil soon, though the boy and two little girls that toddled through the group made it clear she already had a few. A baby in Paige's arms cooed as though to welcome her, its tiny fist in the air. "Tessa!" Paige squealed as the three of them surged forward, grins on the cowboys' faces behind them. She'd met Mara's husband Liam when they'd come to New Orleans for her arson trial, but their trip had been a quick one. All four women embraced, and any nerves Tessa might have had about the whole thing vanished. "I can't believe you're here. When Benjamin told us he'd sent for a bride, we were shocked to find out it was you." Yes, it had never been her intention to join Mrs. Miller's agency, but her own poor decisions had made it necessary. "I'm so happy to be here. Speaking of my groom, where is Mr. Martin?" The women loosened their hold on her and spread out to allow her to see a man step onto the platform. With the way the sun lit him from behind and the mountains rose up in the distance, Tessa's mouth went dry at the sight. The man she assumed was Benjamin wore a pair of dark blue trousers and a cream-colored button-down shirt. Blue suspenders and heavy boots completed the look, the whole thing somehow both completely casual and shockingly attractive. His hair was dark, as were his eyes, and his clean-shaven dimples might have made his face look boyish were it not for the strong jawline he possessed. Even if it had, there was nothing boyish about his build. Tessa was a little over 5.5 feet tall, and the man before her had at least 6 inches on her. He wasn't quite as broad as some of the cowboys behind him, but he was clearly no stranger to hard work. "Tessa," Kate said softly, "this is Benjamin Martin, your groom. Benjamin, this is Tessa Stanton." All three women backed away slowly, but Tessa barely registered the space. Never in her life had she been quite so taken with a man upon first meeting. She'd be embarrassed if he had taken his eyes off her either. "Miss Stanton," he said with a deep, gravelly voice. On another man, it might have been alarming, but on him it felt like a warm blanket on a cold morning. She had no doubt his congregation hung on every word. "I'm Benjamin Martin, and I'm pleased to meet you. Welcome to Mud Lake." Power radiated from him, the kind accompanying a man who could take care of himself and those around him. Taking his hand, Tessa noticed the calluses on it. Interesting. She wouldn't have expected a pastor to have them, but it appeared this man was full of surprises. "Please, call me Tessa." It was then she realized he hadn't let go of her hand yet, not that she was complaining. Just like his voice, his hand's rough texture was comforting rather than intimidating. He grinned, dimples on full display. "Tessa, then, and you can call me Ben." Behind him, Liam placed his hands on his hips. "Ben? I've known you for 2 years, and you've never told me to call you Ben." The rest of the group chuckled as Ben raised a teasing eyebrow at Mara's husband. "You're not my bride, Sheriff. Now." He pulled his attention back to Tessa and offered his arm. "There's a circuit judge at the church waiting for us. What do you say we get married?" The number of things Tessa had done over the years, folks might call impulsive, would fill many volumes of books, but she usually just followed whatever her gut told her to do. Occasionally, she later realized she should have consulted her brain and the Almighty, but she didn't anticipate either objecting in this case. Taking the arm Ben offered, she couldn't help but notice how strong and steady it felt. "That sounds lovely." So Ben couldn't believe everything that had happened in the past 2 days. In that time, he'd gone from a single man hoping to be matched with a kind young woman from Mrs. Miller's agency to receiving word she was on her way and actually going through with the wedding. Now, as he held her hand gently on the short walk from the church to Liam and Mara's house in town, he could barely keep his eyes off her. Had the other men felt this way about their brides when they arrived? Or had he and Tessa had some sort of connection that made their match so clear? Had the Lord so divinely orchestrated the match that the stunning woman at his side, the one who'd made his heart race the moment she stepped off the train, would become his bride? "This town is beautiful," she said in awe as they followed the rest of the group to their wedding reception. Riley's sister, Lizzie, and her husband Paul had joined them, as had their 2 children. Together with the Pratts and the Harts, they'd stood witness to the ceremony. "Why is it called Mud Lake?" Ben grinned, having asked the question himself of the old pastor when he'd come into town as a circuit minister. "Just through those trees about a 1/4 mile is the actual lake, but it's not muddy at all. The founders were going to name the town Crystal Lake. But the man who'd been tasked to file the papers didn't want the place growing too quickly. He figured the best way to do that was to make folks think it wasn't nearly as pretty as it is." She laughed, the sound free and uninhibited. It was a laugh he knew he'd spend his whole life trying to hear. Ben wasn't a particularly jovial man. He wasn't like Liam, always ready with a smirk or a funny quip. No, he'd always been much more serious, and the events of his late adolescence had only cemented that disposition, but Tessa made him want to try. Even now, as she gazed around at the mountains and prairies, it wasn't the landscape's beauty that struck him silent. It was hers. Dinner at Liam and Mara's went well, and Ben managed to keep the teasing to a minimum to not embarrass Tessa, though she seemed to take it all in stride. The women caught up through the meal, and it wasn't until they'd started heading to the parsonage that he had another chance to reach down and take her hand. In that quiet moment between them, all of his nerves were replaced with what felt like a lightning strike traveling up his arm and down his spine. If her quick intake of breath was any indication, she felt it too. But what in the world? She recovered quickly, clearing her throat. I wanted to talk to you about getting a few things at the Mercantile tomorrow. I have a couple of dresses from New Orleans, but I need some fabric to make a few other things." She gestured at the cream and lace dress she wore, completely impractical for life in the West. Mrs. Miller insists all her brides wear white dresses for their nuptials, but I doubt I'll be wearing this one to gather eggs in the morning. With a grin, Ben nodded. Of course, but I only have 3 chickens, so you'd probably be fine no matter what you wore. My house in town doesn't have quite the livestock spread Samuel's ranch does. During dinner, Kate and Samuel had regaled them with tales of her first few weeks on the ranch, from her chicken scratches to falling in a cow patty chasing their stubborn mule. Whew! Tessa wiped a hand dramatically over her forehead. That's a relief. I'm more of a music teacher than a farmer, though I have wanted to try and ride a bucking bronco after one of the Hope House donors got all the kids tickets to a Wild West show. She winked. But don't worry, I'll give it a week or 2 before I try the bull. Her laugh was a little bit enchanting, if he were honest, and a smart man would bend over backwards trying to hear it. This woman was unlike any he'd ever met. Honestly, she reminded him a little bit of his sister. Hopefully, she wasn't as reckless as Janie had been in her youth, though. I'm going to assume you're teasing, but yes, I'll walk you over to the Mercantile on Monday to get anything you need. Lizzie and her husband, Paul, run it, so they can put anything you ever need on my tab, which, I guess it's now our tab. He wasn't wealthy, but not having to pay for the parsonage meant he was set up better than many pastors out west. She grinned shyly, maybe the first time he'd seen that particular emotion from her. I'm looking forward to it, so tell me about the parsonage. Ben's chest puffed out a little at that, as the home was far nicer than any place he could have even dreamed of growing up. I think you'll like it. It has 3 bedrooms, but one of them functions as a donation closet, since the church doesn't have a space big enough for it. When families fall on hard times, or someone new comes to town, we do our best to help them get on their feet through whatever help we can provide. It was something he'd gotten the idea for in another town he'd preached in, and it seemed a perfect thing to do with one of the 3 unused bedrooms in his home. Thinking of bedrooms had his face flushing as he searched for the words that would hopefully help make Tessa more comfortable. I just wanted you to know that I've prepared one of the other bedrooms for you for the time being. I just don't expect you to share with me when we've only just met. All right, that wasn't quite as smooth as he'd have liked, but her shoulders visibly relaxed. He'd have to get better at reading her cues, as he hadn't even noticed her tension. That's kind of you, she said softly, as they reached the parsonage front yard. She gasped, taking in the pink rose bushes in front that Pastor Olson's wife had planted years before. Is this it? It's the most adorable house I've ever seen. She bobbed up and down a little before releasing his hand and moving up the gravel walkway. Studying the white house with its small but comfortable front porch, Tessa clapped her hands together. I can't believe I get to live here. The 2 rocking chairs he so rarely used sat there beckoning them both, and suddenly an image of the 2 of them sitting out here like the Olsons had done came to his mind. Pride swelling in his chest again, Ben grinned. It's all yours. I can't take credit for the rose bushes, though. Those were all Minnie Olson. Speaking of pastoring, I'd have taken the day off tomorrow, but we have 2 baptisms scheduled down at the lake. I hope you don't mind. She whirled around, her cream lace dress flowing as she did. Of course I don't mind. I can't think of a better way to celebrate a bride and groom coming together than by celebrating a new addition to the bride of Christ. Let me know if there's anything I can do to help you prepare. Ben had never been one to fancy all the girls in school the way some of his friends had, but he was certain he'd developed a crush on his wife. Tessa was the perfect woman for him, and he even began to wonder about the gentle warnings the women had given about being patient with Tessa. What would he have to be patient with in this woman? Thank you, Lord, for this beautiful gift of a bride you've given me. You give good gifts to your children. Chapter 3. Tessa couldn't believe the stunning landscape that now surrounded her. New Orleans was exciting and beautiful in its own way, but the wild freedom of Mud Lake, Colorado, felt a little like heaven meeting earth. The lake itself, where they gathered that morning for service, took her breath away. Crystal clear water stood still all the way to the tree line on 3 sides. A mountain rose up in the background, standing sentinel behind the lake and reflecting its majesty in the water. Pine trees lined both sides, as well as the banks behind them, and a mixture of rock and sand created the beaches. Deer, otters, fish, an eagle, and even an elk allowed themselves to be spotted during the service, and each one felt more wild and wonderful than the last. Ben's sermon that morning had been on John the Baptist preparing the way for Jesus, and Jesus' faithfulness to be baptized in the water. Maybe it wasn't the best thought to have, but Tessa couldn't help but notice how handsome Ben looked while he preached the word on the riverbank. His dark hair was thick and full, and his clean-shaven face showed off the dimple that no doubt had the girls of his youth weak at the knees. But honestly, it wasn't his looks that drew her in the most, it was his heart. The joy on his face as he gestured toward the two miners who'd come to know Jesus in the last few weeks was clear, and it only endeared her that much more to the man who'd brought her to Mud Lake as his bride. As he finished his sermon, Ben waded into the water of Mud Lake. The crystal-clear water seemed to worship right alongside the people at the lost being found, and Ben flashed a wide grin. Friends, today we celebrate two new brothers in Christ and their obedience to follow Jesus' example in baptism. The water isn't what makes a man clean, but it is symbolic of what the Lord has done in his heart. Join with me in prayer and praise as we watch these gentlemen go from death to eternal life. Tears sprang to Tessa's eyes as she saw them streaming down the older miner's cheeks. He had a long beard and thick mustache. His clothes were worn but clean. Ben introduced him to the rest of the church members and dunked him in the crisp, cold water. Another younger man followed, and the whole church family exploded into cheers as each man surfaced from the water. Lizzie and Kate stood at the banks with towels for the miners, and Tessa handed Ben one they'd brought from home when he waded out into the sunshine. His fingers brushed hers as she took it, and she found herself marveling at what such a simple touch could do to her insides. Never in her life had a man affected her this way, and she'd praised Jesus. It also happened to be her husband. After a picnic lunch and meeting as many of the folks in town as she could, Tessa began flying kites with some of the younger children down the beach. Sadie Jenkins stole her heart, her brown curls bouncing at her exertion as she ran faster and faster to try and get the kite to go soaring. "That's it!" Tessa exclaimed as she hopped up and down. "You're doing it, Sadie!" A quick glance back to see if Sadie's parents saw their daughter's success had Tessa catching the sparkling eyes of Ben. The bright sunlight meant his clothes had begun to dry, but they would still need to be hung up along the line at home. If she hadn't noticed his broad build before, she'd notice it now with the way his clothes sat a little tighter than they did when dry. It was clear the man was no stranger to labor, and the thought sparked her curiosity as she grew excited at the thought of learning more about the man she'd married. He watched her, approval on his face, and something in her chest stirred as she gave a small wave. For better or worse, approval had always been something she'd received somewhat sparingly at Hope House. Her natural inclination wasn't to act in ways that gained her praise from caregivers. Although her heart was in the right place, her actions were, once again, the wrong ones. As she turned back to watch Sadie flying from one end of the beach to the other, Mara appeared beside her. "You two seem to be getting along." She smirked, always the most blunt of the three women who'd come to Mud Lake before her. "I think we are. He's been nothing but kind to me so far. Where are your girls?" Mara jerked her head back to where Liam held each girl's hands as they played in the sand near the water, doing their best to get sand in every nook and cranny of their clothing. As long as they're not darting towards the water like Elijah. Kate's going to collapse from exhaustion when she gets home this afternoon, but Samuel probably will too. He's been doing his best to let her rest, but that boy's a two-person job around water. She chuckled, her happiness clear. But that was an excellent attempt at changing the subject. With a shrug, Tessa didn't even try to keep the contented grin from her face. "What can I say? We get along, and I'm more attracted to him than I ever imagined I would be so quickly. Maybe the Lord just designed it perfectly for the two of us." Mara thought for a moment, her brows furrowed. "Can I give you some unsolicited advice? You can either take it or leave it." Sure. Honestly, she probably would anyway. Mara had always had more of an abrasive personality than Paige, but Tessa had always respected her boldness. Marriage isn't supposed to be easy, I don't believe. It's supposed to draw us nearer to the Lord, to show us places in which we aren't perfect and fall short of His will. I don't mean to say it's supposed to be hard every day, and time together brings more and more comfort. Just don't expect the road will be one without any bumps. I'm afraid, if you settle into that idea, it'll hurt more when you two inevitably hit difficult times. Trust the Lord brought you here, and trust He will bring you through those times too. She took a deep breath and snorted. The sound, one that had always made Tessa giggle while Mara and Paige were still at Hope House. Goodness, I do sound incredibly pessimistic, don't I? Before she had a chance to answer, Sadie's high-pitched cry sounded from down the beach. My kite! Mrs. Tessa, I got my kite stuck! Heart stirred by the tears streaming down the little girl's cheeks, Tessa saw the kite had indeed gotten itself wedged between two tree branches. Thank you for the advice, Mara. Can we continue this conversation later? Duty calls. She winked, and Mara nodded quickly. Absolutely. I'm so glad you're here, Tessa. Please let me know if you need anything. Truly appreciative of the advice, but not really taking it to heart, Tessa stepped forward to see if she could pull Sadie's kite free without damaging it. I will. Thanks, Mara. Turning her attention to Sadie, Tessa knelt down and pulled the girl into a hug. Dry those tears, sweet girl. I'll get your kite for you. Ben stood in the sunshine as he spoke with Dorothy and Alma Collins near their picnic blanket, thankful for the warmth of its rays as his damp clothes continued to dry. The spinster sisters lived with their brother Rand outside town, and the number of stories Samuel and Liam had to tell about them from childhood could fill an entire book. Their nephew, Ethan Collins, was the town doctor, but he was at the clinic that morning helping a sick patient. Alma helped him sometimes, but Ben had always gotten the impression the good doctor would prefer anyone but his aunt. I suppose I'm just surprised is all, Dorothy said, as she pursed her lips. The Apostle Paul wasn't a married man, and look what a ministry he had throughout his life. What is it that made you so certain you needed to be married in order to fulfill your calling here? Though the woman's words were asked with a tinge of nosiness and judgment, Ben knew that beneath it all was deep insecurity at her own status as an unmarried woman. Unfortunately, society was much kinder to unmarried men than it was to women, and these two ladies had spent many years coming to peace with their own life situations. Despite their raised brows and questions, his response must contain grace and compassion. I absolutely could have, and there's nothing more holy about a married man than a single one. To be honest, I was comfortable in my bachelorhood, and spending my days focusing solely on this town and its people was nice in its own way. Alma crossed her hands over her chest. Then why send away for a mail-order bride? Her gray hair was pulled back into a severe bun, but the vulnerability in her eyes contrasted its effect. Because there are widows in town that I can't visit alone, and they are very important in the kingdom of God. As more and more new families move to town, I've experienced a number of situations in which having a wife by my side would have made everyone more comfortable. I was clear in my missive to Mrs. Miller that the woman be of strong faith and character, willing to rise to the duties that being a pastor's wife entails. I've also been assured by the other ladies from Hope House that Tessa has a deeply kind and humble heart, befitting of the ministry she's been called to. Looking over his shoulder, Dorothy raised brow. And her decorum? Will it be befitting of that calling as well? She needs to be respectable as well, Pastor. I have no doubt that she is. Both sisters now looked over his shoulder, disapproval clear in both their expressions. Others had started to look as well, and the chatter had quieted somewhat as well. Turning to see what the fuss was about, Ben's jaw dropped at the sight of Tessa 20 feet up a Douglas fir, untangling a kite string from its branches. The top swayed under her weight, and her sensible brown skirt flapped a little in the breeze, exposing the ankles of her dark stockings and boots. Dorothy's voice cut through his shock from behind him. You were saying, Pastor? Rather than respond, Ben rushed through the wide-eyed crowd to where both Samuel and Liam had approached the tree. Mara stood off to the side, holding both Melody and Marjorie's hands, while Kate held Elijah on her hip. Tessa, Liam said in his calming lawman voice, I need you to come down, slowly. Sadie Jenkins stood at the base of the tree, her hand still on the kite's handle. Tear stains dried on her cheeks, and her expression seemed as floored as everyone else's. I didn't realize she'd climb up there. Murmuring from behind them, registered briefly with Ben as he heard Tessa call down. "Don't worry, I've climbed more than a couple of trees in my life. I've almost got the kite free. There! Sadie, you can wrap the string back up." The girl did so, relief and joy clear on her face. "Thanks, Mrs. Tessa," she called out as she ran back to her parents. "I'm coming down now, gentlemen, so I recommend you step back. I'll be fine. Like I said, this isn't a new experience for me." Mara snorted, something she often did when laughing, and Ben had honestly always found her confidence refreshing. "I'll say, didn't you crawl up on the roof of Hope House once to test Barry's theory that he could make wings out of cotton bed sheets?" With a grimace, Kate nodded. She did, and she did it again to save a nest of baby birds the mother had wedged between the roof and the chimney before a bad storm rolled in. I thought the house mothers were going to need the smelling salts after that one. Both women continued laughing as Paige approached, her hand shielding her eyes as she stared up the tree. "Please be more careful climbing down than you were on the rope swing that time at the lake, Tess. Doc's not even here, I don't think, but I doubt he wants to set your arm today." Tessa joined in on the reverie as she slowly shimmed her way down the tree, completely unaware of the way Ben's heart pounded in his chest as he stared silently at his new bride. 100 different emotions warred within him. Worry for her safety. Anger that she'd put herself in that position in the first place. Embarrassment that she'd done such a childish thing in front of his entire congregation. Fear that he'd made a huge mistake. At least the worry for her safety subsided as she deftly maneuvered her way back down the tree, grin wide on her face as she hopped the last 4 feet or so. Straightening to her full height, she brushed her hands on her skirt and fixed a wide smile on him. Whatever she saw in his expression must have given her pause, because her smile fell at the sight. "Are you all right, Ben? You weren't worried, were you?" Murmuring behind him grew louder, and he could only imagine the things folks undoubtedly said. Had he gone and married a woman who had no idea how to conduct herself as a minister of the gospel? Would her actions become a distraction to the important work of their ministry? Doing his best to keep his temper in check, Ben spoke in a low voice. "I need to speak with you. Alone." Ben wasn't sure what emotion he'd expected her to show at his words. Remorse or contrition, maybe. But those weren't what settled in her beautiful features. Her eyes narrowed, and a flush rose to her cheeks in such a way that he knew it wasn't embarrassment. It was anger. "Of course, husband," she said in a challenging tone. "Lead the way." She gestured away from the crowds to a quiet section of the beach. Something in Ben knew he ought to wait to have this discussion until they got home, but logic wasn't the part of him leading in the moment. He stopped just at the edge of the tree line, spinning to find her standing with her hands on her hips. He'd never yelled at a woman, and he didn't intend to start, but it took every bit of self-control he had to keep his voice even. "What in the world were you thinking?" Chapter 4. On the walk home, every single lesson about self-control and graciousness that the house mothers at Hope House had ever taught ran through Tessa's mind in an attempt to quell the rage bubbling within her. Who did Benjamin Martin think he was? He'd scolded her like she was a child, spouting off nonsense about behavior proper for a pastor's wife and what folks in their congregation would think. He'd mentioned being terrified she'd fall and break her neck, but it had been the clear disappointment on his face that had triggered her anger. Disappointment. The feeling of not living up to someone else's expectations of her, falling short. Those were all emotions she was quite familiar with. For better or for worse, seeing them directed at her was something she'd never quite gotten used to. She stomped through the wooded trail and back into town, others from the church a little ways behind them. Ben was also behind her, she guessed, but she'd not turned back since she'd entered the trail sending her away from the beach. It had been such a nice morning, and he'd gone and ruined it with his ridiculous standards for his perfect little wife. "I've got news for you, Benjamin Martin," she muttered as the parsonage came to view. "I'm no one's wallflower, and I did nothing wrong." Conviction pricked her at the thought, but she pushed it away. Ben's footsteps sounded behind her. Now they were on their gravel walkway, but she still didn't look back as she hurried up the steps. Barely refraining from slamming the front door in his face, Tessa moved into her room and used the next hour to unpack her suitcase in jerky motions. It might be a fool's errand, as she wouldn't put it past the man to ask for an annulment, but she'd have to cross that bridge when they came to it. Mara's words from earlier about marriage echoed in her head, statements about drawing nearer to God and exposing our sin continuing to prick softly at her heart, but she wasn't in a mental state to hear it. All her life, she'd seen that disappointed look on people's faces as she'd made mistake after mistake with the most honorable of intentions. Often, it felt like nothing she did was ever the right thing, even when it ultimately helped someone else. She was tired of feeling that way, and she refused to accept it in her marriage. If she hadn't climbed the tree to get Sadie's kite, the poor girl would have been devastated. Maybe one of the older boys could have gotten it, but what if they'd fallen out? She knew she could climb the tree, and she'd had no trouble doing so. She shoved one last dress into the armoire before sitting down on the bed with a plop. It was only then that she allowed the tears, which had threatened since the moment Ben turned his disappointment on her, to fall. Flashes of memories whirled through her mind of times when she'd done her very best for those around her and fallen short yet again. Reckless, she'd been called on more than one occasion. Her hand brushed against the maroon and white quilt, tiny flowers dotting the squares, on the bed. Allowing the tears to fall, she lay back on the bed and wondered if it had all been a terrible mistake. How long she cried, she had no idea, but a knock at the door pulled her out of the haze. "Tessa," Ben's voice said softly, "may I come in?" Temptation to say no rose, but she ignored it. "Yes." Her voice sounded more like a frog croaking than her normal upbeat tenor, but she didn't care. Seeing her face, Ben's already pained expression fell even more. He gestured to the bed, having changed out of his wet clothes from earlier. "May I sit?" Nodding, Tessa scooted over slightly to give him room. "Are you here to ask for an annulment?" His eyes widened, and Ben shook his head. "No, of course not. I'm actually here to apologize. I shouldn't have reacted the way I did, and I should have waited until we got home to discuss it anyway." Lifting his gaze, she noted the sincerity in his deep blue eyes. "I'm sorry, Tessa. I was wrong." The apology was like ice-cold water thrown on the flames of her anger, and suddenly her own part in the situation became clear. "I was as well. I could have asked one of the older boys to climb the tree rather than do it myself, but I didn't want anyone to fall. Sadie just looked so sad, but there were other ways I could have handled it." That much was true, even if she didn't really know what those were. Ben shook his head, placing his hand softly on hers. "When I first told the other Hope House ladies I'd been matched with you, they seemed surprised, but told me that you had the best heart of anyone they knew. They said to be patient with you, and I should have heeded their advice. I may have rather climbed the tree to get the kite myself, but what you did was done from the right heart. I have a tendency to feel a little insecure in my role as a pastor. I didn't grow up in a household that honored the Lord, and I haven't always honored him myself." She sensed there was more to the story, but chose not to interrupt. "Sometimes I value my image as a minister of the gospel more than the ministry itself, and that's something the Lord is continually refining in me. It's not lost on me that you may well be one of the methods he uses to do that." The whole time he'd held her gaze, but now he lifted his free hand to dry her tears. "I'll be patient with you, and I ask that you might give me grace in return. I'm going to make mistakes in this marriage, but I do believe God led you here for a reason." Heart moved, Tessa offered a soft smile. "You're not the only one who's going to need a full serving of grace. I tend to be a bit impulsive if you haven't noticed." Should she tell him about what had brought her here in the first place? No, it felt far too soon to do that. After their fight today, he may well send her packing at the knowledge she'd signed a contract without reading it. Memories of the day she'd auditioned for Bradford Marbury's acting troupe washed over her, as well as shame at how excited she'd been as she signed on the dotted line. The contract had been many pages long, and Marbury had pressured her to sign right then or lose her spot. She'd always wanted to perform in front of live audiences, as singing and acting were great passions of hers, but unfortunately their open auditions had been a front for something much more sinister. Had Grace not alerted her to that fact and begged her to get out of New Orleans, who knew where she'd have ended up? Unaware of the storm raging inside her head, Ben squeezed her hand. "You are exactly who God made you to be, as am I. With grace and prayer, I'm hopeful we can find the common ground we need to build a life on. He smoothed the piece of brown hair that had fallen from her bun, his touch still bringing a bit of tingle in its wake. I understand you might not be ready to go on a visit with me just yet, but the Crane family just had a new baby. She gasped, joy replacing the shame and hurt from earlier. I absolutely love babies. I would love to come with you. Babies at Hope House, even when their presence there had resulted from great sadness, had always held a special place in her heart. Ben stood, her hand still in his. Wonderful. If you'd like, I'd be happy to cook our supper tonight while you finish unpacking. You cook? Many bachelors she'd known ate out for most meals, but then Ben Martin appeared full of surprises. He shrugged, his cheeks pinking as he did so. I'm not a chef, but I've made it so far as a bachelor without starving. The Crane's house was a tiny homestead just north of town, the whole property probably fewer than 5 acres. The land backed up to other farmland, and the mountains in the distance made the whole thing rather charming. A small pond sat beside their clapboard cottage, while goats and a milk cow grazed in a large fenced pasture. Their 2 other children ran around barefoot in the front yard, 2 puppies hot on their heels as their giggles traveled down the dirt road. Pastor Martin, Lee cried, as the 7-year-old spotted the old rig Pastor Olson had left him. Pa, the pastor's here! Jameson Crane stuck his head out the door, the exhaustion and joy both clear in the way he held his body. Penny, the 4-year-old running alongside Lee, barely acknowledged him and Tessa as they pulled the rig to a stop in front of the home. Then, she was busy picking wildflowers and trying to feed them to the puppies, so he couldn't blame her. Hi there, Pastor, Jameson said with a wave. A birdie told me you'd gone and gotten yourself a bride, but I didn't believe it until I saw it with my own eyes. He smiled at Tessa then, dipping his head in respectful greeting. Nice to meet you, ma'am. I'm Jameson Crane, and my wife Rebecca is inside with the little one. Tessa hopped down from the wagon without waiting for Ben to help her, but that part he'd been expecting. So far, not a single one of the Hope House girls regularly waited for a man to help them down from rigs, having spent most of their lives with too many children in the home to learn such things. I'm Tessa Martin, sir. I'm so pleased to meet you, and I can't wait to see your precious new bundle of joy. She turned to where Lee had scampered up beside them and bent down to meet his eye level. And what's your name? I'm Lee Crane, ma'am. That's my sister Penny. We're trying to train the new puppies so they can go on to good homes, but they're being a little stubborn. He shrugged, the corner of his lip quirking like he was in on a secret. Standing, Tessa studied the puppies as they wrestled in the grass next to Penny. I can see that. You know, people say I'm a little stubborn too, but I'm still capable of learning. She winked before wiggling her eyebrows at Ben. Well, sometimes. Jameson laughed and opened the door wide. Come on in, you two. The baby just woke up and is eating, but Rebecca said he'll be done in a minute. They followed the man inside the small cottage, only 2 rooms from what Ben could recall. There was a loft up the ladder where the older children slept, but he'd never climbed up there to see it. A lean-to against the back of the house provided the animals some shelter during bad storms, but they'd only moved to the town in the fall. It was a miracle Jameson had managed to get this much done in that time. You've done well here. The last time I came out, I think you were still working on the loft. The man's chest swelled as he looked around his small house. It's coming along. Lee's been helping me a little too, and the Pratts and Riley have been out to help me raise a couple of walls as well. I'm saving up to get the lumber for a proper barn next, hoping we can get it raised before winter comes in again. The door to the bedroom opened, and Rebecca shuffled out slowly. Her long brown hair was braided down her back, and her loose blue dress flowed gently to the floor. A tiny bundle lay on her shoulder as she patted its back. Gazing at her husband lovingly, she smiled. If you can't get it done before winter, we'll make do. Pulling her attention from Jameson, she turned to Ben and Tessa. Welcome to our home, and thank you so much for coming. Tessa clasped her hands over her heart at the sight of the baby. Oh, what a precious little one. When did you have him? He's 1 week old today, Rebecca said as she kissed the baby's head. His name is Gideon, and we are so thankful the Lord blessed us with him. Here, Tessa said as she gestured to the rocking chair in the living room. Don't stand on our account. We brought you some food as well. Ben, would you mind getting the basket out of the wagon?" Seeing she was clearly in her element, Ben did as he was told. The sight before him when he came back nearly took his breath away. In front of the rocking chair where Rebecca settled, Tessa sat on her knees on the floor with baby Gideon in her hands. She cooed at him, gentle rocking noises calming the wiggly baby. "Oh, Rebecca, he's such a doll." She seemed so comfortable there, despite the fact that she'd never met the Cranes before today. The realization, as much as he'd been unsure after the tree incident, told him everything he needed to know about Tessa Stanton, now Tessa Martin. Jameson cleared his throat, jarring Ben from his thoughts. "Pastor, do you mind stepping outside with me? I had something I wanted to run by you." "Of course." Ben followed Jameson over the wood slat floor, their boots clapping on the surface. Tessa didn't even appear to notice he'd gone, so Ben didn't interrupt the women's chatter. "How can I help?" Stuffing his hands in his pockets, Jameson shifted his weight from one foot to the other. "Look, I don't make a habit of sticking my nose in other folks' business, but there's something not right about the homestead next to ours." He pointed into the distance at a rundown shack, not nearly as sturdy as the one Jameson had built for his family. "Lee was out feeding the donkey the other day, and he said there were 2 kids out there. The place ain't fit for livestock, and Lee said both of the kids looked real thin." Studying the long-abandoned, but apparently now occupied shack in the distance, Ben thought for a moment. "But you don't know anything about their situation? It could be a single mother running from a mean husband, or it could just be a poor family doing their best." "You haven't seen the parents?" "Nope. I would have gone over there after Lee told me about it, but Rebecca had the baby, and I honestly haven't made the time to go. But if they're hungry, we've only got just enough ourselves. I figured you'd be the better person to talk to them, what with you being in charge of all the church donations and such." He was right, and Ben wondered at what he might find when he visited the home. "Did Lee say how old the kids were?" "And he said the little girl looked a little older than Penny, and the boy looked a little older than him. Their clothes were loose on them, and they ran away when he waved at 'em." Jameson chuckled, though it lacked his usual mirth. "The boy's friendly, I'll give him that." "You did the right thing. I'll talk to Paul first and see if he's got any idea who they are and where they come from. We'll go from there." Paul was Lizzie's husband and ran the mercantile after he'd taken it over from his parents. If Mud Lake were to ever elect a mayor, he had no doubt Paul would be the one to take the job. The door opened then, and Tessa stood there with baby Gideon cuddled to her chest. "There you 2 are. We couldn't imagine where you'd gotten off to." With one last squeeze, Tessa handed Gideon back to Rebecca. "We'll get out of your hair. Try to get some rest, and I'll have to come back in a few weeks to learn that jam recipe." "Oh, please do," Rebecca said cheerfully. "Once the berries start coming on, we'll have more of them than we know what to do with." Gideon made a little gurgle, and his mother kissed his cheek. "I think this one's tired from the excitement. Thank you both for the food, and Tessa, it was lovely to meet you." His wife's genuine joy was infectious as she wrapped her arm gently around Rebecca's shoulders, careful not to jostle her. "The pleasure was all mine. Enjoy the food." That morning, Tessa had managed to put together a basket of bread, cold cuts, cheese, and eggs from some of the things they'd had at the parsonage, though it meant they'd need to go back to the mercantile to stock up again soon. It was something Ben never thought of when visiting, but he couldn't deny the relief that had shown on Rebecca's face when she'd seen it. After a last wave at the whole Crane family, Ben placed a hand on Tessa's lower back as they headed toward the rig. Did she feel the same jolt of awareness run through her veins every time they touched like he did? She inhaled quickly, her step faltering the tiniest bit as his hand settled, and he held back a grin at the idea she just might. After they'd gotten settled in the rig, Ben spurred the team forward, and they rode the short distance back to the parsonage in the late morning sunshine. A soft breeze flowed, cooling the temperatures that were bound to climb higher in the coming weeks. But despite all he'd learned from Jameson and the fight he'd had with Tessa the day before, the road before them only felt hopeful. Chapter 5. The next few days went so smoothly that Tessa almost allowed herself to believe that it could really be that easy. They woke early every morning, and she did her best to have a hot breakfast ready for him before he left to head up to the church each morning. He'd do visits throughout the day, and she occasionally went with him when the situation called for it. Meeting with the widows in town became something she really enjoyed, and she'd even planned to ask Ben if he'd teach her to drive a rig so she could go out on visits on her own. From what Mara had told her, Samuel, Liam, and Riley had all been quite protective when their wives first got to town, but Ben hadn't forbid her from going anywhere, and as long as she stayed away from the mine to the south of town, he didn't appear to believe she was in too much danger. That late May morning, she'd actually decided it was time to explore some of the areas of town she hadn't been to yet, introducing herself to business owners as she got the chance. She'd also gotten to explore the mercantile and got to know Lizzie a little better. The woman was kind and chatty, two things Tessa always appreciated in a friend. She didn't mind taking the lead on conversation with quieter folks, but it was nice not to have to for a while. As the sun rose higher in the sky, Tessa continued her trek further south to the border of town, intent not to go any further than that due to Ben's warnings about the mine. It wasn't until she'd moved past a thick grove of trees to her left that she smelled tobacco and heard the raucous laughter of a group of women on the front porch of a two-story clapboard building labeled Saloon. The women were dressed in typical day dresses, likely a good bit different from the costumes they'd wear at night, but Tessa had never been intimidated by folks who led different lives than she did. Rather, it fascinated her, and she was the pastor's wife. There was no reason to forego introducing herself to these ladies, particularly when she might be able to invite them to church. "Good morning, girls," Tessa called as she approached the women. 4 of them sat there, and all 4 stared at her as though she'd sprouted a second head. "I'm new in town, and thought I'd introduce myself." A beautiful, dark-haired woman with intense eyes and a no-nonsense demeanor stood. "You're the pastor's new bride, right? From New Orleans?" "I sure am. I'm Tessa," she said as she climbed the steps. "It's nice to meet you." "I'm Leslie, and this is Quinn, Natasha, and Charlotte." The youngest one she'd called Charlotte didn't look a day over 18, but the rest of them had to be in their mid-20s. "I gotta say, I didn't expect you to come out this far. Most of them don't." Heedless of who might walk by and see, Tessa took a seat in one of the rocking chairs next to Natasha. "I'm not most people, but I'm also sorry if you've been made to feel like you don't matter." Charlotte piped up then, her eyes narrowed as she spoke. "Did I hear you teach music lessons?" "Absolutely. I was blessed with the ability to learn piano and voice growing up at Hope House, and my job in New Orleans was giving private music lessons to children." With a smirk, Natasha looked her up and down. "You ever perform on a saloon stage?" Before she could answer, Leslie scoffed. "She's a pastor's wife, Tash. Of course she ain't ever performed on a saloon stage." Turning her attention to Tessa, she crossed her arms. "That's far too ugly for a well-behaved lady like her." "I don't know that anyone has ever used the words well-behaved to describe me before," Tessa said with a chuckle. "But no, I can't say I've ever performed in a saloon." Had Bradford Marbury had his way, she'd have been performing in much seedier places than that, but thankfully, she'd managed to leave town before his goons caught up with her. Quinn settled back in the porch swing. "Where's Pastor Martin this morning?" Sobering, Tessa remembered the reason he'd been called out so early. "There was an accident down at the mine. He's probably going to be there all day. Hopefully, no one's gravely injured, but the messenger who came to get him and Dr. Collins didn't know." All 4 of them frowned. The reality of what kind of accidents could happen at a mine well known in a town like Mud Lake. Over the next few hours, the subject changed to lighter things, such as music, performing, clothes, and a host of other things that she'd missed discussing since she'd left New Orleans. Apparently, all the women were both waitresses and singers, and they took turns on the stage when they were on shift. They were crass, their humor a little shocking, but Tessa did her best not to show it on her face. These women needed Jesus just as much as any other person in town, and wasn't that the role of a pastor's wife? Ben could never sit and talk with them on the front porch of the saloon the way she could, and she might manage to get them to come to church. She'd even had lunch with them, sharing the pot of stew they'd had simmering on the stove in the saloon's kitchen, the spicy tang reminiscent of the way they made it in New Orleans. Leslie had beamed under her praise, and before she knew it, the ladies were glancing at the clock to realize they needed to change into their costumes for the evening. "Well, Mrs. Martin," Natasha said, as she leaned against the wall next to the saloon's swinging doors. "I have to say, you surprised me. If someone had told me that the pastor's wife would spend all day gabbing with a bunch of soiled doves, I wouldn't have believed them." She shrugged, standing up to her full height. "All we do is wait tables and perform, but folks don't always care about the truth." Without thinking, Tessa stepped forward and placed a hand on Natasha's shoulder. "I'm sorry people haven't shown you God's love the way they should have, but that's what happens when the church is full of sinners." She paused, wondering if she might be taking things too far too quickly. "In fact, I'd love to personally invite y'all to church, and if you come, you can sit with me. In the front or in the back, it doesn't matter a lick." Charlotte took in a quick gasp behind her, but Natasha just laughed. "Girl, we fit in no better in a church house than you would performing on stage tonight." She shook her head, laughing through the pain Tessa could see in her eyes. "Like a fish without water." The idea struck her so quickly it nearly bowled her over, but Tessa spoke anyway. "What if I did perform a song tonight? It would have to be fairly early, as I need to get home to cook dinner, but I'd be happy to if it meant you ladies visited church just one Sunday." All four of their eyes widened, but Natasha was the only one who spoke. "Mrs. Martin, I think you've got yourself a deal." Ben wiped the sweat off his brow after he finished one of the hardest days he'd had in the years he'd been in ministry. An accident at the mine that morning had cost a young man his foot, something that would affect everything in his life from then on. Dr. Collins had managed to save his life, from what Ben could tell, but even that had been touch and go for a while. All he wanted at the moment was to go home to a hot meal and talk with Tessa about the day's events. Somehow, despite the fact that he'd not even been married to her a full week, she'd filled that role in his home with grace and compassion. He'd just reached the point on the road to pass the saloon when a group of miners staring in the window caught his eye. What were they doing? The piano inside the saloon played a tune with a quick tempo, but it was the angelic voice coming from inside the building that really gave him pause. More men gathered at the window, while others moved through the doors. Whatever they had for dinner that evening was spicy if the smell was any indication, but it was definitely the woman's voice singing a jaunty saloon tune he didn't recognize that pulled him closer. "Hi there, fellas," he said as he walked slowly towards the porch. He wouldn't go inside, having committed years ago never to darken the door of a saloon, but could he catch a glimpse inside to satisfy his curiosity? Guilt washed over him then. He was a married man, and he had a beautiful woman waiting for him at home. There was no reason for him to linger outside the saloon, even if it was only curiosity that held him there. He'd just started to take a step back when one of the men turned and noticed him. A wide grin spread across the miner's face, but Ben didn't think he recognized him. "There he is. Come to see your girl, Pastor?" Another turned around, his expression more of a leer than a grin. "Never thought I'd see the day you'd let any gal of yours work in a saloon." One by one, the other miners noticed him, but realization washed over him as he broke from his state of shock. With a fury inside him he hadn't experienced since he was a young man back in Baltimore, Ben sprinted up the porch steps and slammed the swinging doors open. Men cheered for Tessa as she sang on stage, still wearing the dress she'd been wearing that morning when he left the house. Lenny, one of the foremen down at the mine who'd been in charge of the young man who'd lost his leg, elbowed him in the side. "Did I hear right, Pastor? That's your wife? I think I ought to send off to that agency, too." Hitting a high note that had every man and woman in the room cheering, Tessa finished her song just as she spotted him. He knew his face was beet red, his hands fisted at his sides. Her eyes widened in surprise, only to grow even wider as he closed the distance between them in 3 short strides. The rest of the men continued to cheer and laugh, tossing around suggestive comments that it didn't even appear Tessa heard through the racket. "Tessa Martin," he growled as he elbowed his way to the front. "You have 3 seconds to get off that stage before I haul you out of here like a child." Shouts continued around them, and it was only then that Tessa seemed to register what some of the men said. Her cheeks pinked, but she continued to stand where she was. One of the other saloon girls stood from the piano and approached then, her own expression one of worry. "Pastor, this wasn't what—" "Ah, come on, Missy!" one of the men yelled with a slur to his words to indicate just how much he'd already had to drink. "Give us one more, but go change into a proper costume first." Cheers rose up again as Ben took in the low-cut dresses of the other women, their faces covered in makeup that still couldn't hold a candle to Tessa's beauty. "Tessa," he growled again, "let's go." Memories of days in Baltimore assaulted him, grinding every nerve he had and setting his blood to boil. It was only then that a fire sparked in Tessa's eyes and her shoulders squared on stage. "I'm not a child, Ben Martin, and I won't be spoken to like one." Another suggestive comment was lobbed their way from the back of the room, and Ben had had more than enough. True to his word, he wrapped his arms around Tessa's legs and lifted her from the stage, throwing her over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. After a brief stillness due to surprise, she started banging on his back with what had to be closed fists. "Put me down this instant." Would she get back on the train and leave the minute she could? Maybe. But at the moment, all Ben cared about was getting her out of the saloon and back home to the parsonage. For once, since he'd taken the position as pastor, it wasn't even about fighting the feelings of insecurity he had about the position. Every leer from an unsavory miner, every comment on their way out, every set of eyes that fixed on Tessa in a wholly disrespectful way, it was all enough to awaken a part of him that he'd thought was long gone. Violence had been part of Ben's life until he came to know the Lord, leaving Baltimore because of it. It had been years since he'd longed to toss a man to the ground and let his fists do the talking. At least, it had until that moment. Protectiveness and jealousy erupted within him, and it was only his desire to get Tessa out of the saloon that kept him from acting on them. She continued to screech and pound on his back, and he had no doubt she'd be kicking too if he hadn't had her swung over his shoulder. Bounding down the steps, Ben took another 20 or so long strides away from the saloon before pausing just past a grove of trees that separated the saloon from the rest of town. She'd grown quiet, but the sound that came from her as he gently slid her feet to the ground broke his heart. Catching sight of her face in the dim light of sunset, Ben saw her red-rimmed eyes and the tears flowing down her cheeks. A second sob escaped her as she stared at him, shame and betrayal both clear on her face. "Tessa, I don't know what to say." He couldn't say what he wanted to, not without pushing her further away, but where could they possibly go from here? He wasn't sorry, not the least bit apologetic, but he'd been no more in control of his actions than any of the men who'd be drinking later that night. Her tears stopped flowing then, and something much darker replaced the sheen in her eyes. "You don't have to say anything, Ben. You don't have to say anything at all." With that, she turned and walked back towards town and the parsonage, but this time with none of the fire and defiance she'd had at the beach that day. No, her shoulders hunched forward, and the occasional shaking of sobs racked them to drive home the knife in Ben's gut. "Lord," he prayed silently as he followed closely enough behind her to make sure no one bothered her, but far enough away to give her time to herself. "I'm lost. I don't think I've been this lost since I left Baltimore. I need your guidance, Lord. It's the only way we'll get through this." Chapter 6. Tessa laid in her bed the next morning and stared up at the ceiling. How long had she been awake? The sun shone in the window, high enough that it was probably past 7 o'clock in the morning. Ben's footsteps had shuffled around the house outside her door for the last hour, but now they were heavier, as though he'd put on his boots. Her stomach growled, but she couldn't bring herself to care. What could she possibly say to Ben, and what could he possibly say to her? Objectively, she could admit that she shouldn't have gotten on stage at the saloon to sing, despite not having performed or worn anything inappropriate. Still, he didn't even care to ask her why she'd done it. Natasha and Charlotte's faces had been concerned as Ben heaved her over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes, no doubt wondering if she'd go home to his fists. With pasts like theirs, not unlike what many of her friends in New Orleans had experienced as children, it made sense. Ben hadn't even so much as looked at her after they got home. In fairness, she'd come straight into her room with no dinner and not really given him the chance. Still, if he was the type of man who'd hurt her, a thin door wouldn't have stopped him. The front door opened and closed. The house was now devoid of any footsteps. Her stomach growled again, reminding her that lunch the day before had been her last meal. With a sigh, she stood to her feet in the same dress she'd worn the night before, the one she'd collapsed into bed wearing after the completely humiliating incident at the saloon. If the girls had been planning to come to church before, they certainly wouldn't now. That thought alone made her angry with Ben all over again. She made the wrong decision, sure, but he handled it like a brute. The jeers and laughter from the men on the way out had her more embarrassed than she'd ever been in her whole life, and his complete lack of trust in her that she'd had a good reason felt like a betrayal. Knowing good and well her hair was a mess, and her eyes were red and swollen, Tessa opened her bedroom door and poked her head out. Good. Ben was indeed gone for the day, but padding into the kitchen revealed that he'd left bread, butter, and coffee on the table for her. There was a plate as well, and he'd already gathered the eggs. Slumping down in the kitchen chair, Tessa spread a thick layer of butter over her bread before taking a bite. It was delicious, that much was certain, as Paige had brought them a whole basket of things a few days before. Paige had always been a good cook, but it seemed being in Colorado took her creations to an entirely new level. No idea how long she sat there barely tasting the delicious bread before her, Tessa was a little startled when she heard a knock at the door. Suddenly, her memory dawned. She'd told Mara she'd watch Melody and Marjorie that morning while she went with Kate for a checkup. Samuel had needed to go out of town that week, and he hadn't wanted her to go alone. Brushing crumbs off her dress and doing her best to smooth down her flyaway hair, Tessa went to answer the door. Despite her sour mood, the smiling, pudgy faces of the toddler girls could lift any spirits. "Hello, darlings! Come on in!" Her voice caught a little, as it was the first time she'd spoken that morning, but the girls didn't seem to notice. Squatting to get on their level, Tessa held her arms out for a hug. "Are you two ready for lots of fun this morning?" "Yes!" they squealed in unison as they ran headlong into her arms. Once she'd released them, Tessa stood to notice Mara's narrowed eyes. She took in Tessa's dress and face, no doubt still showing signs of the tears that had flowed off and on all night long. "Everything all right, Tess?" "How much do you know already?" Liam was the sheriff, and word traveled fast in a place like Mud Lake. If anyone had already heard that morning, it would be him. Mara handed Melody a handkerchief doll as she led all of them into the living room. "Enough to know I wish I'd been there." She smirked, a measure of disbelief clear on her face. "The saloon, Tessa? Really?" She didn't look angry or judgmental, merely confused, so Tessa launched into the story beginning from the moment when she'd first come upon the girls on the saloon's porch, and ending with Ben carrying her out of there like a petulant child. "I know I made a mistake, but that was humiliating. Not to mention, he probably ruined any chance of the other girls wanting to come to church. What kind of pastor manhandles his wife that way?" Eyes softening next to her on the sofa, Mara placed her arm around Tessa's shoulders. She understood exactly what Tessa meant, even if their husbands wouldn't. The kind who heard men shouting obscenities at her and feared they'd act on them. The kind who was normally very by the book and was thrown completely off kilter by seeing his wife in that kind of situation. The kind who is also a sinner and made a big mistake. She stroked Tessa's wild hair and watched the girls play with their dolls on the living room rug. "Have you spoken since then?" "No. I didn't even leave my room this morning until I knew he'd gone." Hearing it out loud, she was a little ashamed at not having at least gone out to make sure he had what he needed. "I suppose that sounds childish." Mara snorted, leaning back on the sofa. "I once threw a spoon at Liam because he asked if I'd accidentally spilled salt in the mashed potatoes I made for supper." She shrugged, winking at the girls where they played. "Turned out I'd gotten teaspoons and tablespoons mixed up from the recipe Paige gave me, but you'll never hear me admit it to Liam." For the first time since Ben pulled her off the stage, Tessa found herself smiling. "Even now?" "Of course not. The Lord still has some refining to do in me as well, and my pride is a constant battle." She glanced at the clock on the wall. "I've got to get over to the clinic, but I should be back in about an hour. Is that all right?" "Absolutely," Tessa said as she slid into the floor with the twins. "We're going to have a lovely time." And indeed, she did have a lovely time. They went out to say hello to the 2 laying hens Ben kept in the backyard, picked flowers to make flower crowns, and Tessa managed to lead the girls in a few fun nursery songs that had been favorites at the orphanage. By the time Mara and Kate returned after the appointment, thankfully with a good report, Tessa was in much better spirits than she had been earlier that morning. No matter what happened between her and Ben, she wasn't alone in Mud Lake. She had friends there, family even. It might not be family by blood, as she truly had none of that, but it was a makeshift one forged from years in the same place and the healing that took place there. After they left, she realized they were nearly out of a few things after cooking for Rebecca and decided to head to the mercantile. Maybe, if she could manage to cook a nice meal for Ben when he got home, they could at least discuss what happened the night before. The thought of it churned Tessa's insides, but they'd have to address it sooner or later. Lizzie had everything she needed, and she'd almost convinced herself they might be able to get past their fight when Tessa spotted a boy who couldn't be older than 16 sitting on the porch outside the mercantile with his head in his hands. He was dirty, with coal dust all over his face and hands. His shirt was ripped under the arm and threadbare at all other seams. The way his head leaned forward, she could see the bones of his spine and neck jutting out, and his boots were at least 2 sizes too small and had a hole in the toe of the boot. His hair was dark like Preston's, and her heart ached at the thought one of the boys she considered her little brothers would be in such dire straits. Young man?" She reached her hand out to brush his shoulder, the only contact she could make before he jerked to a stand. His eyes were wild like a cat's, and he looked ready to run off any second. It didn't scare her, though. She'd seen that look so many times over the years, she knew exactly what it meant. "I'm not here to hurt you or turn you in. You look like you could use some help. Are you all right?" The boy's shoulders still tense. A good look at him from the front revealed a gaunt face she was sure would have bags under his eyes, were it not for all the coal dust. I just needed to take a rest before I finished walking home, but where's home for you?" Clearly, this young man hadn't had a good meal in a while. "Do you live with your parents?" His eyes, once darting around to presumably plot the nearest escape route, froze on hers. My parents are gone, ma'am." Tessa stepped forward, swallowing back the tears that threatened at the all-too-familiar scene. "I'm Tessa Martin, and my husband, Ben Martin, is the pastor in town." Well, at least he was for the moment. Who knew what Ben would demand happen once they finally spoke to one another? "What's your name?" "Lawrence," the boy said softly. "I'm Lawrence Coburn." Doing her best to put his mind at ease, Tessa offered her best reassuring smile. "Well, Lawrence Coburn, today is your lucky day. We've got a whole clothes closet at our house, and I do believe I saw a pair of boots with your name on them." Her straightforward manner would either endear him to her or send him running, but it was the only manner she knew. After what felt like an eternity's pause, he finally spoke. "That'd be kind of you. You wouldn't happen to have children's clothes there too, would you?" The door hinges creaked as Ben made his way into the house that evening, his entire body aching with the stress and lack of sleep he'd experienced since the night before. Most of the day had been spent in prayer, and the Lord had gotten hold of his heart in a way that brought him to repentance over his response at the saloon the night before. He hadn't been wrong to want Tessa out of there, particularly while the men were there, but 3 of the saloon girls came by that afternoon to tell him the rest of the story. It had taken everything in him not to immediately run out and apologize to Tessa, but he'd still had sermon preparations to finish and a roof repair at the church he'd had to finish before another rainstorm rolled in. As it was, he was still home a few hours earlier than normal, but he'd not been able to stomach staying away from her any longer. At first, he didn't see Tessa and his heart beat wildly at the thought she might have packed up and left him, but then her laughter wafted from the hallway. "That's perfect," she said happily. A deep voice that had his fists clenching at his sides answered, "Sure does. What about the dress?" Realization dawned on him that she must be in the clothes closet, but was she alone with a man in there? She didn't sound like she was in any distress, so Ben did his best to appear casual as he came down the hall. "Tessa, I'm home." "In here," she called back. "We're getting Lawrence fitted for a new pair of boots, and the Lord provided just the right size for us today." Her voice was sunny, but he didn't miss the slight strain in it. Yes, they had plenty to discuss. Lawrence? Who was that? Stopping at the door, all of Ben's earlier anger and jealousy evaporated as he took in the dirty face of a scrawny kid who couldn't be old enough to work in the mine. Where he leaned over the new boots, his shoulder blades jutted out, and Tessa shot him a meaningful look over the boy's shoulder. The boy straightened to a sitting position, wariness clear on his face as he stood to face Ben. "Hi, Pastor," he said as he put out a hand. "I'm Lawrence Coburn. Mrs. Tessa has been real kind to me and my siblings today, so I thank you both." "Siblings? How many siblings do you have, Lawrence? Where do you live?" The kid hesitated, shoving his hands in his pockets, but eventually spoke. "We took over an abandoned homestead just north of town. It's me and my 3 younger siblings. Our parents, they died about a year ago when the wagon Pa was driving broke an axle on a mountain road." His voice cracked a little at the end, but Ben let him finish. "We moved out here about 6 months later because I saw a job at the mine advertised." Suspicion dawned at just exactly which homestead that was, but he'd investigate later. "How old are you, son?" He must have lied about his age to get the job, but they generally weren't too picky as long as there were able-bodied men available. Lawrence didn't speak, confirming Ben's suspicions. "Lawrence," Tessa said softly, "we're not trying to get you in trouble. We want to help you. Where's the homestead where you're staying?" "It's about 2 miles northeast of town, behind the crop of wild blackberry bushes." He shrugged, clearly still undecided on what they'd do. "It was deserted, so we figured it'd be warmer there than it would be outside somewhere." Suspicions confirmed, Ben nodded. That was the homestead Jameson Crane had pointed out to him. It had been winter when they arrived, a marvel none of them had died of exposure in that time. "How old are the rest of your siblings?" "Betsy's 14, Conrad's 12, and Lucy's 8. I'm 15, by the way. Betsy takes care of the house and does her best to keep us fed and give a little schooling to the younger ones, but it's been hard with my pay as low as it is." Ben had no doubt the mine was underpaying him due to his age. Knowing good and well, he couldn't complain about it. Clearly, Tessa realized the same thing as fire flashed in her eyes. "Lawrence, we're going to help you, all of you." Her gaze flicked to Ben, silently daring him to argue. Not that he would. This was a family who needed help, and they had the means to give it. "First, I'm going to pack you up a basket of food and a bag of clothes for you and your siblings. Then, Ben's going to take you home so you don't have to walk after you've already worked all day." He wouldn't dream of disagreeing, but almost wanted to see what she'd do if he had. "Tessa's right. Now that we know you're here, we're going to help all of you." At the moment, he didn't even care that Tessa had invited Lawrence into the home without him there, nor did he care that she'd committed him to helping this family without consulting him first. Honestly, he didn't even care much about the saloon anymore, though he'd still ask her not to go back without him. Seeing someone in Lawrence's situation, it put everything into perspective. Tessa had a knack for seeing the world around her through a lens of compassion, and that was something Ben had prayed for endlessly for his entire faith life. She may not always go about it in the way he'd like, but she saw people and needs in a way he needed desperately in his life. After Tessa packed up the basket and clothing, Ben helped Lawrence carry it all out to the rig. "I'll be right there, Lawrence." The boy nodded and climbed up into the wagon, just as Ben turned to face Tessa there on the porch again. "You did a good thing here, Tessa, and I'm sorry for how I reacted last night. We'll talk more when I get home, but I couldn't leave again without at least apologizing." Her eyes were a little glassy as he turned without waiting for an answer and bounded down the steps. "Be back in about an hour," he said with a wave. "Did I see the fixings for fried chicken on the counter?" Doing his best to put her at ease, Ben winked as he released the wagon's brake. Maybe, just maybe, they could get on the same page and serve the Lord together as opposed to 2 entirely separate entities at each other's throats. Otherwise, who knew where they'd end up? Chapter 7. By the time Ben returned that evening, Tessa had indeed fried up some chicken and vegetables from the large basket Kate had brought out from the ranch the day after she arrived. It smelled good, if she did say so herself, and it seemed like they might have a chance at making it work. But was that foolish hope? They were so different. Was there any world in which those differences could complement one another? The door opened, and Ben's boots sounded on the wood floor again. "Tessa?" "I'm in the kitchen," she replied. "Wash up. Dinner will be ready in a minute." He moved to the sink, doing exactly as she'd asked, before taking a big whiff of the air around them. "That smells delicious. You really did fry up the chicken, didn't you?" At least he wasn't scowling for the moment, and she didn't note any disappointment in his voice. Neither spoke for a second, and Tessa placed the plate of chicken on the counter. "Ben, I'm sorry," he said at the same time. "I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I want to apologize for how I acted at the saloon. If you'll let me, I'd like to explain." Hurt flashed in his eyes, pain from long ago clear, despite not knowing its source. "Of course. Let me fix you a plate, and we can talk over dinner." Once the two of them were seated, Ben said grace for the food before them, before addressing the situation again. "I didn't grow up in Colorado. I'm actually from Baltimore, and I was raised by a single mother and an older sister named Janie. My mother worked so much that Janie was mostly the one who raised me. She made sure I got to school every morning and did my homework every night." "What did your mother do?" He took a bite, chewing it slowly as they allowed the silence to fill the space. "She worked in a factory for a while, but then it closed. I wasn't old enough to go out and get a job yet, so she had no other options. Job after job turned her down because she couldn't read, as she'd left school early to help her ma with her younger siblings. Our rent was due, and she did the only thing she could." Realization dawned then, and tears filled Tessa's eyes at the knowledge of how close she'd come to the exact same thing in New Orleans. "Oh, Ben." Her hand crossed the distance between them, covering his softly. "I'm so sorry." "She started as a saloon girl," he choked. "They didn't let her stay one for long. There were rooms upstairs that functioned as a brothel, and the boss told her she had no choice if she wanted to continue working there. We were still so young, and our landlord wouldn't have wasted any time evicting us." His jaw tensed, and Tessa could feel the pain rolling off him. "When I saw you on stage, something in me snapped. I'm not sure I could even explain what came over me, but I am sorry for it. I wasn't then, but I am now. I'd barely held on to my temper coming inside, but when I heard some of the things they shouted at you, I was right back in the streets of Baltimore." Heard the story, Tessa felt even worse about getting on stage at the saloon. "I'm sorry for bringing all that back for you. I really was trying to get them to come to church, but I guess it never occurred to me how much I'd missed performing. Once I got up there, it was like something took over me, and I didn't want to stop." That much had always been true. Singing and playing the piano were two things that made her feel the most like herself. It was probably impossible to understand for those who didn't feel it, but she couldn't help how she'd been created. He studied her, no judgment on his face as he did so. "Tell me a little about what you enjoy about performing. When did you fall in love with music?" Had anyone ever asked her that? For as long as she could remember, she'd simply felt more at home around music than during any other activity. "I suppose at some points of my childhood, it was the only time I felt like I made people proud. Hope House did a benefit dinner every year in which donors came to hear about what their dollars were doing. It was a fun experience, and we always sang a few songs at it." She chuckled, remembering how deeply some of the children dreaded the event. "I was one of the few who enjoyed it, so they had me play a few songs on the piano as well." "Were you always a natural?" "If I'm being honest, it's the most natural thing in my life. I never excelled at sports or painting or drawing, but acting and singing were things that make me feel like I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be." Shame welled up then, as she thought about Bradford Marbury's acting troupe and how excited she'd been to sign the contract. Ben must have seen the change come over her, as his face darkened as well. What's wrong? Did she dare tell him? Would it be the last straw in a long line of missteps? Maybe, but it also might bring them to a place of mutual understanding in their relationship. He'd been vulnerable with her, but could she do the same? "Tessa," he said softly as he studied her, "you can tell me. Well, if nothing else, there would be no more secrets between them. The reason I came here, the reason I went to Mrs. Miller's agency in the first place, is because I made some poor decisions regarding performing." "What do you mean?" "I'd been teaching music for about a year when I saw a flyer for a performing troupe placed by a man named Bradford Marbury. It should have tipped me off it was for women only, but I thought it sounded like a grand adventure. It promised good pay, reasonable hours, and room and board. It sounded too good to be true, but I've always been a little too optimistic for my own good. The clock on the wall chimed. It was nearly time to get ready for bed, but telling the story was like lancing an abscess. Once she let it go, she had no choice but to keep going. I went to the address on the flyer, and I didn't notice anything amiss. It looked more or less like an office building downtown, though now I know the district is home to more bars and brothels than offices. I sang and performed a monologue for them, and Mr. Marbury pulled a contract out of his folder immediately. I was so thrilled it didn't even occur to me that there could be more sinister intentions. Ben's eyes clouded, and his jaw clenched as he watched her. But there weren't there? Yes. After I'd signed the contract and left to pack my things, my roommate, Grace, told me that the place was not a typical performing troupe. She didn't go into details or even how she knew that, but I trust her. She begged me to never go back there, as it wasn't truly a performing troupe. It was a gentleman's club that doubled as a brothel. Benjamin's face grew red, and she stopped speaking for a moment. With what looked like considerable effort, he spoke in a low, measured tone. "Keep going. It's not you I'm angry at." Well, he'd told her to go on. Apparently, Mr. Marbury and his men would take the girls' bags and belongings when they first came in, and they'd threaten them if they tried to leave. Grace said that in the daytime the front room looked perfectly upstanding, but at nighttime it was a different story. I should have asked her how she knew all this, but she works as an orderly at the hospital. I assumed she'd learned from patients or other staff. Anyway, I didn't go back the way I was supposed to, and it was fine for a few weeks. Ben stood to his feet, running his hands through his hair as he moved over towards the window. "I'm guessing they found you?" "They did. I'd mentioned that I taught lessons in the wealthier parts of town, and they managed to track me down that way. I evaded the men a few times, but I knew I had to get out of town. Legally, they did have my signature on the page, so I didn't think I could go to the police." His back to her to this point, Ben whipped around to face her. "They had you sign a contract that wasn't truthful. You're not the one on the wrong side of the law here." "I know, but it didn't mean they wouldn't try to drag me back. To be honest, street children don't always grow up trusting police. I didn't ever live on the street myself. I know there are many wonderful men who wear badges, but I also couldn't get past the stories my friends have experienced. As it was, I only really had two options available to me. I could stay in New Orleans until they eventually followed me to the boarding house where I lived, or I could sign up with Mrs. Miller and come to Colorado. It's not exactly the adventure I'd hoped for, but it's an adventure nonetheless." She shrugged, doing her best to ease some of the tension in his shoulders. He plopped back down in the kitchen chair, face still red from his anger. "That it is. Tessa." His eyes bore into hers as he took her hand once more. "I can promise you this. You are safe from Bradford Marbury here. This is your home now, and I'll do anything I have to make you feel safe here." And in that moment, she knew beyond any doubt he meant it. The only problem was whether or not it was a promise he could actually keep. By the time Friday rolled around that week, Ben and Tessa had almost settled back into a routine. There was still some awkwardness, and it was clear Tessa wasn't completely comfortable being herself around him, but over time he could win that trust from her. To be honest, he didn't blame her one bit. He'd shared pieces of his past that he hadn't shared with anyone in Colorado but Pastor Olson, and he'd honestly never intended to tell anyone. She still didn't know everything. She didn't know what ultimately drove him from Baltimore, but she knew more than most. That evening, as he drove their rig to the Pratt Ranch for dinner, they'd settled into a relaxed conversation about the history of the town and Ben's dreams for future ministry there. The fields at the base of the mountains were beautiful, and he couldn't help but be happy in their presence every time he came out this way. "So," Tessa said, as she settled back on the wagon seat, "you started as a circuit minister here in Colorado, but what made you want to take Pastor Olson's position?" He thought for a moment, wanting to give the full answer rather than just the short version. "I suppose something in me knew it was time to settle down and really plant roots into one town and one church congregation. Circuit pastor is a good and necessary job, especially for towns that are too small to employ a pastor themselves, but it's often the job of a young man. Pastor Olson had mentored me from the moment I came out here, as we have the same sending agency, and it was an honor to be considered for the job." For what it's worth, the people here seem to love you. I can't tell you how many times someone has stopped me to tell me how much of a breath of fresh air you were, despite how much they all loved Pastor Olson. That was one place the Lord had gifted him, creative ministry. Speaking of which, I wanted to run something by you. Her eyebrows rose, and her lip turned up in an expectant smirk. I'm all ears. I know how much you love and miss performing, and of course I'm happy for you to play the piano at church, but I know that's not really what you mean. No, she said. I don't mind doing it, but performing and leading in song at church have two entirely different purposes. They can both be done by the same person, but the heart is entirely different. He let out a long breath, thankful she understood that. Right. So, I've had an idea that might scratch the performing itch. Once, while I was in Bible college in Chicago, I heard of a church putting on a variety show every year to raise money for specific causes their church was passionate about. Some folks juggled, others sang, others played instruments, and some folks just got up and told jokes. It was apparently well received, and both the entry fee and price of admission went to their church's charity. Her entire face lit up, and she nodded quickly. That sounds wonderful, Ben. Oh, we could even use that to help Lawrence and his siblings out with a few things. That was actually a great idea, and one Ben hadn't even thought of. After sending Lawrence home with nearly a week's worth of food earlier in the week, Ben had racked his brain to figure out how to help them. That shack was one strong wind away from collapsing, and it was a wonder they all survived the winter there. All 4 of the children needed new clothes and shoes, and they were all at least 10 to 15 pounds underweight. That's perfect. Let's mention it to everyone at dinner tonight and see what they think. Thankfully, once they'd reached the ranch and sat down to dinner, Tessa presented the idea with such enthusiasm that it was impossible to be anything but excited. Even Mara, generally the more stoic of the other women, grinned from ear to ear at the idea. Oh, that'll be such fun. Tessa, you should gather some of the children from church and have a sort of children's choir like we used to do at the Hope House benefits. Paige wiped her mouth on her napkin, barely holding back a snicker. Though, you probably shouldn't hide a snake in your dress pocket this time. Wait, Liam said, with a smile of his own. I'm going to need to hear this story. It was actually Tessa who launched into the tale. Silas the snake became a beloved Hope House pet, she said with a shrug. He'd have gotten run over on the busy street if I'd left him where he was, and he was always such fun to try and find in the flower beds in the summer. Mara snorted. Fun is one way to put it. I remember one of the house mothers nearly having to go to the hospital when he got inside once. I remember that too, Kate added. But my favorite Tessa story will forever be the time she set her hair on fire trying to make one of the children baked Alaska for their birthday. Ben shot a look in Tessa's direction, but he surprised himself by not feeling the least bit anxious about her antics. Reaching beside him to where her hand rested on the table, he placed his on top and gave hers a gentle squeeze. I have a feeling there are quite a few entertaining stories that involve Tessa. Oh yes, Paige said quickly. Like the time we read about dogs sledding up north and some street boys Tessa more or less adopted wanted to create a makeshift dog sled pulled by Hope House's guard dog, Quincy. But we were in New Orleans, so they gave it wheels instead. Tessa helped them build it and brave the inaugural ride, but they'd forgotten to put brakes on it, and she ended up bowling over a fruit stand. Tessa shrugged, her eyes twinkling in a way that made her even more beautiful. I smelled like peaches for a week, but I still feel bad about that one. Quincy was retired as a sled dog after that. I'll say, Kate said, but with as many stray animals as you brought home over the years with that big heart of yours, we probably could have had a whole sled dog team if they'd have let you. The stories continued, and Ben found each one more and more fascinating. Beside him, Tessa kept glancing his way, no doubt trying to determine if he'd accept her for who she was, rather than who he'd been trying to make her. You know, Ben said as he boldly wrapped his arm around his wife, I came out to Colorado because the Lord called me here, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't hoping for a little adventure. Tessa, I think you might just be my favorite adventure yet. She blushed, and every woman at the table gasped. Do you mean that? It broke his heart a little to hear the hope in her voice. He'd not been fair to her at all. As though there was no one else around, Ben nodded. I do. Sometimes I may forget, but I'll just need you to remind me. Your big heart and even bigger courage are two of the most beautiful things about you, and I'm sorry I've ever embarrassed you by holding them against you. Can you forgive me? Her eyes misted as she nodded, and he almost leaned in to kiss her until Samuel cleared his throat. Well, on that note, I reckon it's time for dessert. Chapter 8. Tessa hurried down the street with a quick glance at the position of the sun. It had to be at least 4 o'clock, and she still had 2 more businesses to get to before heading home to cook dinner. The basket on her arm swung with the decreased weight from the cookies and flyers she'd made for the variety show. Between herself, Mara, Kate, and Paige, they'd managed to nail down a date for the show towards the end of the summer, and multiple businesses in town had agreed to place the flyers in their windows so that hopefully folks would come by the church to sign up. They had to be careful about embarrassing Lawrence and his siblings, not to mention risking the younger ones being separated and put into foster care, so they just advertised the beneficiary as the church's benevolence fund. Lizzie even had a few ideas for expanding the reach past Mud Lake, as there were a few other homesteads technically outside of town that had families living there. A couple of the businesses had been a bit grumpy about posting flyers, the livery and smithy included, but what else could she expect from the single men who owned them? Dr. Collier had been more than happy to post them in the clinic, and the rest of the main businesses in town had either agreed outright or done so after her cookies worked their magic on their moods. She'd just left the bank and started towards the saloon when memories of the week before gave her pause. Should she ask the owner to post the flyer in his window? Should she even risk going there without Ben? He'd not expressly forbidden her from going to see the ladies who worked there, and in fact, he'd seemed impressed that she'd noticed them at all. The miners likely weren't off for the day yet, as Ben hadn't returned home from his trip to check on the young man who'd had his leg amputated due to an awful accident. He'd also planned to check in on Lawrence and see if he could convince all 4 of them to come for dinner later that week. Tessa had just entered the grove of trees that separated the saloon from the rest of the town when a scream pierced her very soul. It was a woman, and she sounded terrified. A heavy thud sounded after, and Tessa's head jerked around to see where the noise came from. "Help!" she shouted back towards town. "Someone needs help!" Rather than wait for Liam or some other man to come to the rescue, Tessa dropped the basket she was carrying and darted into the woods beside the saloon. Another whimper sounded, this time much weaker than before. Adjusting her course slightly, Tessa spotted a man she didn't recognize kneeling on top of Charlotte, the youngest of the saloon girls she'd met. "Oh, absolutely not," she muttered as she charged forward. The man was tall and thin, but the dust and coal on his clothes told her he was one of the miners. He had a thick beard and a long scar on his face, accentuated by his sickening grin as he punched Charlotte in the face once more. He still hadn't spotted Tessa, though how that was possible, she wasn't sure. Subtlety had never been her strong suit. Grabbing the bodice of Charlotte's dress in his hands, the sickening sound of fabric tearing had Tessa running even faster. What would happen, she had no idea, but there was no way she'd let Charlotte become what the man had in mind for her. With a screech that sounded more like a wild animal than a human, Tessa took one last step before launching herself at Charlotte's attacker. Now, she hadn't thought any further than getting him off her, so the moment they hit the ground, she fought the rush of air that was pushed from her lungs. No, she didn't have time to have the wind knocked out of her. "Charlotte!" she wheezed from where she pushed upwards with her throbbing arm. "Run!" Nose dripping with blood, Charlotte scrambled to her feet, her blonde hair all askew. "Tessa!" she breathed as she rushed towards her. Whatever she'd been about to say was cut off as Tessa was pulled from her crouched position and thrown backwards into what had to be a tree with its unforgiving solidness. That would leave a bruise, but it wouldn't be the first time she'd gotten herself into such a tussle. At least the man had turned his predatory eyes on her, and Charlotte's terrified eyes widened from over his shoulder. With every bit of breath inside her, Tessa shouted at Charlotte again, "Run! Go get help!" Whether she'd bring the help in time, Tessa had no idea, but she wanted the young girl away from this monster. "Go now!" Charlotte turned and did as she was told, stumbling in her likely concussed state from the blows Tessa had seen the man inflict on her. One last deep breath had Tessa wincing at the pain in her back, but she didn't have time to dwell on it. Grabbing a stick the size of her thumb off the ground, she prayed it had enough moisture in it to hold together as she stood with her makeshift weapon. "Try and hold him off as long as you can, Tess. Give Charlotte time to get help." Her own inner voice was less panicked than she felt, and the slight measure of calm it gave her was enough to register that the man had begun to close the distance between them. With every bit of strength she possessed, Tessa swung the stick with a crack across his face. He howled, his face contorted with pain as the scar on his cheek burst and blood began to flow. Tessa swung again, satisfied she'd spotted the man's weakness. It was short-lived, however, and only seemed to make him angrier. In a similar manner as when she'd pushed him off Charlotte, the man charged her and knocked her to the ground, their position eerily similar to the one he'd had the girl in moments before. "You think you can beat me with a switch like some child?" He chuckled, wrenching the stick out of her closed fist and scraping her palm in the process. "I ain't no child, missy." Swinging her hand with every bit of power she possessed, the crack of her open palm on his bloody cheek echoed through the crop of trees, but she had no intentions of being quiet. But again, all her fight seemed to do was make him madder as he knelt over the top of her, and he raised his fist in what was sure to be the knockout blow. Rather than try and swing again, Tessa raised her hands to block her face, but the blow never came. Instead, his weight was ripped off of her in an instant with a loud, guttural roar. Had that noise come from her? No, it couldn't have. Pushing herself up to sit, the sight before her didn't seem real. Not only had Ben pulled the man from her as though he weighed nothing, but now he rained down blow after blow on the attacker, bone crunching as he did so. "Ben!" Her shout fell on deaf ears, as the man before her didn't seem like her husband at all. Other than the day at the saloon, he'd always been quiet and gentle, and even then he hadn't been violent in the way he'd taken her out. Now, as he landed punch after punch, he was well on his way to killing the man. "Ben!" she shouted again as she scrambled to her feet. "Ben, he's out!" Knowing good and well touching him might get her accidentally knocked to the ground, Tessa placed her hand on his upper back. "Ben," she said softer, "don't do something you'll regret." It was only then, trembling bloody knuckles and all, Ben paused. Sweat poured down his red face, his eyes glassy and distant as he turned towards her. Those eyes met hers, and an unspoken conversation passed between them, as did his gratitude at her interruption. Just then, Liam burst into the clearing and took in the scene around them. Charlotte ran in behind them, as did Natasha, Quinn, and Leslie. Another man she thought she recognized as the bartender followed, but all 5 of them appeared shocked at the scene before them. Liam knelt to the ground beside Ben, placing his first 2 fingers on the wrist of the miner. "Natasha, Quinn, can you 2 get Dr. Collins, please? He's alive, but I imagine he'll need a stitch or 2 before we put the cuffs on him." Placing his hand on Ben's shoulder, Liam tugged gently backwards. "She's safe now, Ben. You can back up." He did, and the shame in his eyes as he stood to his feet broke Tessa's heart. I'm sorry," Ben croaked. He looked at Tessa again, eyeing her up and down. "Are you all right? He didn't—" "No, I'm fine." Her back and side would be sore tomorrow, and there would likely be a bruise on both, but she was fine. Thanks to you, I'm fine." At that, Ben's face took on an even more distant look, one seasoned with fear and panic. Spinning on his heel, he sprinted back through the trees and to the road, taking the broken pieces of her heart and shattering them further. Liam stood, staring after him as well. "What do you know about his past?" "Not much," she replied. He'd told her about his mother, but she still didn't know what had happened to his father. With a deep sigh, Liam shook his head. "Neither do I, but I feel like you're about to find out." Ben shoved his way through the thick brush on the trail, completely unconcerned about the throbbing in his knuckles and the briar scratches as he passed. They were his penance, he decided, as he ran from what was sure to be disgust in Tessa's eyes. Before he knew it, he'd made it down to Mud Lake, the crystal-clear water forever in contrast to its name. "Lord," he said with a sob as he fell to his knees. "I almost did it again. If Tessa hadn't stopped me, I would have. I know it." The rocks on the lake's beach dug into the skin on his knees, but he couldn't bring himself to care. How can I be the man Tessa needs me to be if I can't control my temper? He'd never raise a hand to her, not to any woman, but what kind of woman wanted a hothead for a husband? And what kind of town wanted one for a pastor? How long he stayed there praying, he had no idea. It reminded him a little of how David cried out for forgiveness to the Lord after he'd committed adultery with Bathsheba and murdered Uriah. God still called David a man after his own heart, but could the same possibly be true of him? At some point, soft footsteps on the sand and rocks behind him cut into his consciousness, and a hand touched his shoulder. "Ben, it's Tessa." Of course it was. He would have known that without her saying a word. Whether it was the slight hint of vanilla in the air, or the peace that seeped into his body at her touch, he didn't know, but it didn't matter. When he didn't immediately speak, Tessa plopped down onto the beach beside him. Her motions were a little stiff, and his blood ran hot with anger again about the source of her injuries. But it couldn't bubble for long, as she wrapped her arm around his back and laid her head on his shoulder. His heartbeat finally slowing from its frenzied pace, he took the first deep breath he'd taken since Charlotte came running out of the woods shouting for help. "I'm sorry," he said, as he shifted off his knees and to a sitting position next to his wife. "The fact that you saw me like that. I wouldn't blame you if you took off tomorrow." Rather than answer immediately, Tessa took hold of his chin and pulled him to face her. "You were protecting me, Ben Martin. Did you lose your temper there for a moment?" "Yes, but you weren't fighting an innocent man. He was a hair's breadth away from hurting Charlotte deeply, and I have no doubt he would have me as well." He swallowed back his tears, doing his best not to fall apart as he searched for any fear in her eyes. When he found none, the words came tumbling out before he could stop them. "My father beat my mother before he died. He was a violent man, but she was his target most of the time. When he died, it was finally peaceful in the house until she started working at the saloon. I was never old enough to stand up to him." He stopped, still searching for the fear and disgust he didn't find. Realization clouded her eyes then, and it was as though she saw right through him. "And you're afraid I'll think you're like him? You're not, Ben. I've not even known you a full month, and already I know that." "What if I told you I'd already put a man in the hospital, beat him so badly he nearly lost his life?" The shame, everything he'd told himself was cast away in salvation, came roaring back again. Still, Tessa's strength didn't waver. "I'd ask who you were protecting." His mouth dropped open. How could she know that? It was my sister Janie. I pulled him off her the same way I did with that miner, but just like then I couldn't stop." The sob that had threatened to choke him earlier did so again. "I'm a monster, Tessa." How could he possibly believe the Lord could use him in ministry when he had such a black heart? From the second he'd run into the grove of trees, it was as though his mind went completely blank. If Tessa hadn't touched his back, he'd likely be a murderer by now. She placed both hands on his cheeks, keeping his gaze from the ground. "Moses was a murderer, and his story sounds eerily similar to yours. So was David, as well as an adulterer." Her echo of the same story that the Lord brought to mind earlier meant more than she could ever know. "The fact is, you didn't kill either of those men. You stopped as soon as I touched you. Does that mean your anger isn't something that God still needs to refine in you? Of course not. But we all have those things, Ben. No one wants a perfect pastor, and I certainly don't want a perfect husband. I want one who admits when he's wrong and asks the Lord's forgiveness. I want one who tries to do a little better every day. He didn't deserve the woman before him, her rich brown hair and dark green eyes cutting through every defense he placed on his heart like she was born to do so. He'd shown her the ugliest parts of him, and she hadn't run away. They hadn't known each other long enough to fall in love, that much he logically knew. But then what was it he was feeling for her? What was the stirring in his heart, and why did he want more than anything to kiss her? Moving his hand to cover hers still on his cheek, he shut his eyes and let the warmth wash over him. That much I can give you. Chapter 9. Tessa tossed a skipping stone in the water, cheering when she finally got one to make a few hops. I did it! She'd been trying for the last half hour, and Ben had patiently given her tips as he skipped a few as well. You did great, Ben said with a grin. His dimples were on full display again, and she hoped she'd at least managed to distract him from what had happened earlier. For some reason, being down at the lake felt like protection from the world around them. When they cut through the woods again, reality would set in once more, and there would be questions from Liam and testimonies to give about what happened to Charlotte. But not yet, not as long as they stayed here in the quiet peace of Mud Lake. Birds flew overhead as the sun began to fall behind the mountains in the distance, and the sharp scent of the pine trees on the banks cut through her mind as if to remind her where she was. In New Orleans, the smells varied based on where a body was. In the wealthier garden district, one could often smell the flowers blooming from the gardens of mansions and hear the giggles of children as they played in yards. Down by the water, the smell of fish and steamboats threatened to accost the senses, though it was still somewhat pleasant due to the breeze coming off the water. The tenements and apartments, however, smelled awful. Trash burning, human waste, and disease threatened to take one down as they walked through the streets, but Tessa visited often since that's where her little brothers lived. Thinking about them sent a pang through her heart. Were they safe? Had they found new positions after she'd stolen the money on their behalf down at the docks that day? Surely they had, but everything in her longed to write back to Grace and ask if she'd seen them. For that matter, it would make her feel better to know Grace was all right as well. She didn't think Bradford Marbury would target Grace to try and get to Tessa, but what had he done after she left? Ben's voice cut through her thoughts, concern and insecurity pricking its deep tenor. What's going on in that pretty head of yours? Nah. It wasn't the first time he'd said something flirtatious to her, but it surprised her a little after all they'd been through in the last hour or so. I'm thinking about those I left behind in New Orleans. There was a passel of young boys I call my brothers, and I did my best to make sure they were always taken care of. Now that I'm here, I suppose I'm a little worried about them. Ben made his way to a felled log and plopped down on it, patting the seat beside him. Are they at Hope House? She snickered, remembering their reactions all the times she begged them to come back with her. No, they always preferred the freedom of being out on their own. Memories flashed through her mind of meeting them when they were still children, the whole pack of them a little family in the midst of poverty and fear. I met Preston when the boys were around 8 and I was 14. At the time, they were surviving on scraps and trash that got thrown out after restaurants closed. They had to get there quickly, or the stray dogs would eat it all. Ben placed his hand on hers, compassion clear in his gaze. And I'm guessing you helped them? I stole food from Hope House for them for a few months before Janice, one of the house mothers, caught on. She didn't punish me, though. She pulled me into the kitchen and asked me about the boys. We both tried to convince them to come live there, but all 3 of them had run away together from a group home that wasn't nearly as kind as Hope House. They'd vowed to make their way in the world together, and they have. When they refused to come back with us, a basket of food appeared every week on the counter for them, and I'd take it on my way to music lessons at my teacher's house. That had been where she was headed the day Preston had nearly bowled her over running from a shopkeeper who objected to their method of obtaining food. Her inability to mind her own business had her chasing them, and that's where she'd found the boys who became a makeshift family to her as well. I know they appreciated everything you did for them. If you'd like, I can write to a pastor friend of mine in New Orleans and ask if he'll check on them. I'm sure he'd be happy to do so. Tessa felt her eyes go wide as hope swelled in her chest. Oh, could you? I could write to Hope House, but they are so busy with all the children there that I hate to burden them with one more thing. I'm not even sure how your pastor friend would find them, as they don't really have an address. The boys are 15 now, so they've managed to make a little money by working at the docks and taking on odd jobs for folks in the city. They're fine, I'm sure, but I just worry about them. I worry about Grace as well. His thumb rubbed her hand as though he didn't even realize the intimacy of the gesture. I can ask him to look in on Grace as well. He's a friend from seminary, and I know he'll be happy to help. Thank you. They're good kids, but they get into trouble now and again. She shrugged, remembering the time William had nearly gotten arrested for picking a fight with a man who'd been trying to take advantage of a young woman in town. In fact, they remind me a little bit of you. Ben chuckled, his demeanor much more relaxed now than it had been before. Angry kids with a bone to pick with the world, but no idea where to direct the passion productively? Yep, sounds familiar. Not to mention, they're all quite protective of anyone who needs it. He sobered a little, and she wished she could see into the window of his past. That, I understand too. But it sounds like you were also there to protect them, and that wins loyalty for a boy who's had to protect himself. I'm sorry about everything you've been through, Tessa said softly. Your sister and her husband still run his family's restaurant? A hint of a smile appeared again, and it was clear Ben had great affection for his sister. They do. She spends a good deal of time at home these days thanks to the children, but her husband runs the day-to-day operations. When the children are all in school, I imagine she'll spend more time there. I'm so glad. Has she come out to see you since you've been in Colorado? It would be tough to bring 3 children this far, so she couldn't imagine that she had. He shook his head. No, but I went to see them just before I started the job in Mud Lake. Their oldest just started school, and she currently wants to be a doctor. A woman doctor? That was a rarity. But they did exist, from what Tessa knew, though certainly tough to imagine. I hope she does it. It's beautiful that they're raising her to have such big aspirations. All of a sudden, it was as if the air around them stood still as Ben reached up and pushed a lock of hair behind her ear. Time seemed to stand still as his hand touched the back of her neck, thumb stroking her cheek as he did. If you could do anything in your life, he said, with a hint of gravel to his voice, what would you do? Thinking back to her adolescence, she probably would have said performing, but teaching children music had been even more fulfilling as she'd learned the ropes. Honestly, I was happy at Hope House, but I want a house full of children that are my family. Whether we adopt children or have some by blood, I want to fill the house with music and share what I know with children who fall in love with it the way I did. Sometimes, I felt like a little island all by myself there, though I always knew I was loved. I'd like to perform now and again, and teaching music to children was always great fun, but I really just want a family. He leaned forward, their lips not even an inch apart. And I'm part of that family? Of course you are, she answered. It surprised her a little how quickly he'd inserted himself into her dreams. You'll be a wonderful father. It was as though the air crackled around them, the sound of birds and trees gently rustling in the breeze fading into nothingness. Tessa, I'm about to kiss you. If you don't want that, please tell me now. Rather than answer, Tessa closed the distance between them and pressed her lips to her husband's for the first time since the simple peck they'd shared on their wedding day. This was different, and she couldn't help but believe everything had changed. Would the Lord truly give her the desires of her heart, or would everything be turned on its head once more? As they walked back to town that night, Ben wasn't sure exactly where to go from there. They'd kissed, and it felt like it had shaken heaven and earth, but what happened next? They were married, but he knew she wasn't ready to move into the same bedroom yet. She'd only been there for a few weeks, and pressuring her was the last thing he wanted to do. Still, part of marriage was physical intimacy, so would he be out of line to touch her or kiss her in public? Not to mention, they still had to go see Liam and give a testimony of what had happened with Charlotte's attacker. His blood ran hot again at the image of the man hovering over Tessa, and Charlotte's tears and blood-streaked face would forever be etched in his mind. As they pushed through the brush, this time far slower and more carefully, Tessa's voice cut through his inner turmoil. "Now it's my turn to ask what's going on in your head. Are you angry I jumped in to help Charlotte? I know it wasn't the best option, but—" "No," he said quickly. "I'm not angry at all. The memory of this afternoon will probably give me nightmares, but you are who you are. You protect those who need it, and I wouldn't have expected anything less." His hands tingled to clench into fists again as he thought back to it, but a deep, calming breath slowed his racing heart. "It's how the Lord made you, and He made me the same way. I have come a long way in how it manifests, but I am who I am." She sighed deeply, her shoulders sagging with relief as he held back an overgrown tree branch for her to pass. "Oh, I'm glad. If I'd have waited for help to arrive, it might have been too late." They approached the tree line and exited the heavy woods, their path now large enough to walk side by side. Ben took her hand, relishing the feel of her softness as he did so. "Out of curiosity, do you know how to shoot?" Some of the women from Hope House had come knowing how, but others hadn't. "I don't," she said. "I'd be happy to learn, though, if it meant you'd feel more comfortable with me doing visits on my own. My roommate back in New Orleans carried a small derringer for protection, one she bought shortly after we moved out of Hope House." Thinking through how they might make that happen, an idea struck Ben. "What if we ask Lawrence if we could do some shooting lessons on their land? There are no houses around, and it'll give us a chance to check on them and give them some extra food and supplies. Last time I was out there, I noticed the roof needed repairing before the next big rain. I could offer that and some supplies as payment." Tessa grinned, tucking her arm into his before lying her head softly on his shoulder as they walked. "You're a good man, Ben Martin. One day, I'll convince you of that." Chapter 10. "Wait, I have an idea," Lizzie said enthusiastically. "We could have some of the older children do a short play about a Bible story. I know they'd love it. We don't have too many children here, but there are certainly enough for that." Tessa sat in her living room with Lizzie, Kate, Mara, and Paige as they planned the variety show they'd set for later that summer. Ben had announced it at church, and it was met with more support than Tessa could have imagined. The support might have had something to do with how enthusiastically he'd presented the idea, but the town had also seemed excited about the prospect of such a thing. A few had already seen the flyers she'd placed in shop windows, but some of the folks who lived farther out hadn't yet. "That's a great idea," Kate replied as she glanced down at the notes she'd been making. "So far, we have sign-ups for 2 musical performances, a dramatic reading, and a comedy sketch." She eyed Mara pointedly with a smirk. "I can't even imagine what Liam is going to do with 5 minutes on stage for comedy." Mara settled back on the sofa, shaking her head. "I genuinely don't think he was this excited for the birth of our children. Everyone should prepare themselves." Chuckling, Tessa glanced at her own notes. "Oh, Dr. Collins told me yesterday he'd done some magic tricks in his day and signed up for a spot to dust them off." "The children will love that," Kate replied as she jotted down his name as well. "I know we have a few more who've tentatively told me they want to participate, but I'll wait to write them down until they let me know for sure. I think we're going to raise a good bit of money for the Coburns, so long as they'll actually take it." That had been a nagging worry in Tessa's head as well, but she tried to push it down. "We're going out to talk to him about it on Saturday, plus Ben wants to ask if he could give me shooting lessons on their property." She explained the motivation behind it, and all 4 women agreed it might just be the ticket they needed to help the siblings. "Do we know what happened to their parents?" Paige's soft voice touched Tessa's heart, as she and Mara had had a tough time after the death of their parents before Hope House took them in. "All I know is that they passed away a little over a year ago. Lawrence couldn't find work in Sawyer's Pass, so they came here for him to work in the mine and took over the abandoned homestead. I'm sure it's not legal, but no one has challenged it yet." Over the next hour, the women continued discussing the variety show, and they ended the meeting with each of their jobs decided. Kate would have the least to do, as she'd be giving birth before too long, but Tessa was pleased with the way the event was beginning to shape up. By the time Ben got home early that afternoon, she had plenty to report, but the worry on his face stopped her. "What's wrong?" "There's a storm rolling in, and I'm concerned about the Coburns. The mine even let the workers off early, and that almost never happens. I'm going to go out to the homestead and see if I can convince them to come here for the evening." Without thinking, Tessa moved to place her planning papers on the table. "I'll come with you." He'd started to shake his head when Tessa held up her hand. "Ben, you don't have time to argue with me. If Lawrence isn't home yet, you'll scare the girls riding up by yourself. I know they've met you before, but they're all alone out there. Let me come." The last line wasn't a question, but she hoped he wouldn't put his foot down. He didn't, and nodded with a sigh. "Get one of my large coats and a hat, just in case, and let's go." Doing as he asked, Tessa followed him out to the rig and prayed somehow God would help them be a light to the Coburn children, ministering to them and showing them the love of the Lord. They didn't speak much on the way, but Tessa could sense the tension rolling off Ben even as the clouds thickened overhead. They weren't the dark, scary sort yet, but they would be soon. As he turned off near where they'd turned to go to the cranes, Ben's jaw tightened again. "I know you haven't been inside, but I need to warn you it's pretty awful in there." Placing her hand on his arm gently, Tessa did her best to give him some of her calm despite the risk of the storm. "You forget that I've spent plenty of time in the slums over the years. A little leaky roof doesn't scare me." Just as she finished speaking, the door cracked open, and a girl around 14 or 15 appeared there with wide eyes. Her blue muslin dress was about 2 inches too short, and she was barefoot. Her hair, pulled into a messy braid down her back, looked caked with mud and dirt, as did her hands and feet. "Hi there," Tessa said, as she hopped down from the wagon. "Is Lawrence home?" The girl narrowed her eyes, just as another equally dirty face appeared in the door. "Who is it, Betsy?" His trousers were also too short, and the knees needed patching something fierce. He puffed up his bony shoulders as he caught sight of them, and stood in front of Betsy, despite her having at least 3 inches on him in height. "What do you want?" "Conrad," Betsy admonished, as she swatted him lightly on the arm. "This is the pastor who brought Lawrence home that time and sent a basket of food with him. Be kind or hold your tongue." Facing them once again, it was clear she was still ready to defend her home. "He's at work, but he'll be home soon." That much was true due to the foreman letting the miners off early, but Betsy couldn't know that. Tessa's heart clenched at the idea Betsy felt she needed to lie to keep them safe. "We're not here to hurt you or cause you any trouble, I promise." Gesturing in the distance, Tessa felt Ben's strong presence come to stand beside her. "We're here because there's a bad storm rolling in, and we thought you 4 might want to ride it out at our house." Ben gestured to the roof, and he'd been exactly right when he'd said it looked like a stiff wind could blow it away. There were also holes in the walls that a good rain would likely soak as well. "It looks like it might be a tough one, and we want you to be safe." Glancing to the west at the coming storm, Betsy's eyes widened. I'm not sure what Lawrence would want us to do. I don't want him to come home and us be gone. He'll panic." "How about this? I have some paper with me, and I can leave Lawrence a note. Most likely, we'll see him on the way back, since the mine let their workers off early today. But if not, he can walk over to the Crane's house to weather the storm in studier quarters." Shoulders sagging with weight well beyond what any girl her age should have to deal with, Betsy nodded. "I'll get Lucy, and we'll come with you. Can you put the note on the table?" "Happy to." Tessa followed the girl inside as Ben made room in the buckboard's bed for the children. She held back her gasp at the sight of the dark, tiny shack. There was no bed, only a pallet of old blankets and straw made up in the corner. Moldy bread sat on the table, and Tessa recognized it as one of the loaves she'd sent with Lawrence. Had they rationed it so carefully they still had some? Were they planning to eat it with the mold on it? 2 wobbly chairs sat next to the table, sturdy enough despite chinks in the legs. As Tessa stepped closer, she realized they weren't chinks after all, but teeth marks. A shiver ran down her spine as she thought of the rats in the tenements in New Orleans, disease-carrying pests that thankfully she'd never actually had to live among. None of the children at Hope House had grown up wealthy, even those who had 2 loving parents before they'd passed. most of them grew up in the tenements or other impoverished housing options, as orphans with money generally didn't end up in group homes. Tessa had been left on her first group home's front steps as a baby, and it was only due to its closure she'd come to Hope House shortly after Abigail Jones had donated it to the Children's Aid Society. "It's not much," Betsy said softly as she shrugged her shoulders, "but it's a roof over our heads." She didn't sound ashamed, rather defensive as she silently dared Tessa to say anything. "Lawrence does the best he can." "Lawrence is an amazing young man," Tessa replied as she scribbled a quick note. "And you're an amazing young woman for keeping things afloat here. You'll only get admiration from me." Betsy studied her, as if wondering whether she was being honest. "I keep begging Lawrence to let me get a job, but he don't want me walking into town on my own. Plus, the young'uns aren't quite old enough to fend for themselves yet. Well, Conrad might be, but Lucy can still be a handful." The little girl in question, who couldn't possibly be older than 6, tugged on Tessa's skirt. "Are you here to separate us? Conrad says if we don't stay out of town, somebody might come and send us to separate homes." She shook her head wildly, and the sight of tears in her own big blue eyes had a lump in Tessa's throat. "I don't want to leave my family." Thunder rolled overhead as Tessa squatted to Lucy's level. "No one's going to separate you, sweetheart. You're a family. We're just here to help." By the time they'd made it back to the parsonage, the winds had kicked up significantly, and rain had started drizzling. Thunder rumbled overhead, and lightning flashed to the west, but thankfully they'd managed to catch Lawrence on the way and convinced him to come back as well. It was still about an hour until dinner time, but Ben doubted Tessa had even thought about what to make that evening. No, since the moment they got home, and Tessa had noticed the way Betsy's eyes lit up at the sight of their old, upright piano, all 3 of the younger children had been busy singing, storytelling, and laughing, even as the storm raged outside. For the first time since he'd met Lawrence, Ben saw the boy smile at the sight of his siblings having such fun, though he wasn't quite as invested in the revelry. As the group hit a note that sounded more like a cat screech save Tessa's angelic soprano, both Lawrence and Ben cringed a little bit. "Sorry about Conrad," Lawrence muttered. "He doesn't realize he can't carry a tune in a bucket." Chuckling, Ben headed into the kitchen to see what he might get going for dinner. Gesturing for Lawrence to follow him, the sound of the singing was muted a little by the distance. "It's not a problem. I don't think Tessa has had this much fun since she moved here." It was true. Seeing her in her element teaching the children about music, she glowed with the thrill of it all. He'd always thought his bride incredibly beautiful, but doing that, she was breathtaking. "I wanted to run something by you." Brow raised, Lawrence nodded. "What's that?" Over the next few minutes, Ben did his best to couch his request to shoot at the property where they lived, as though Lawrence was the one doing him a favor. "In return, I thought I might help you repair your roof and a couple of spots in the house that have seen better days." He'd bring supplies when he came too, but Lawrence didn't need to know it just yet. To his credit, Lawrence thought about it for a moment before responding. "Why does she need to shoot? No one's tried to hurt her, have they?" His protectiveness over Tessa reminded Ben a little of himself, but it was also the result of having the weight of his whole family on his shoulders. There was an incident this past weekend in which she helped a friend get out of a sticky situation, but I'd feel better if she knew her way around a weapon. I'm often out doing visits during the day, so I'd like her to have some protection. Lawrence nodded, mulling over the idea. "You'll have to make sure Lucy and Conrad stay inside while you're practicing, and I know our neighbors have some kids as well, but as long as you're safe about it, I don't see why not." "Do you have a gun at your homestead, Lawrence?" He doubted it, as they probably couldn't even afford bullets, but being out there with no protection was a recipe for disaster. Shaking his head, Lawrence's frustration was clear. "No. Pa had his with them when they went off the road down into that ravine, and it was all smashed up by the time help got to them." His voice broke, and Ben wished he could pull the kid into a hug. Lawrence wouldn't accept it, though, as he'd think the action patronizing. At least, that's what Ben would have thought at his age. Would he accept a gun if Ben gave him one? His jaw tightened at the idea of the 3 youngest children out there alone most of the day, but there was only so much he could do without pushing Lawrence away in pride. I wonder if Samuel Pratt might have an extra one you could use until you can save up for one of your own. I'd be happy to teach Betsy how to shoot as well if you'd like." Lawrence's eyes narrowed, and Ben didn't blame him. He probably hadn't experienced many folks who would offer help without strings attached, but then he also hadn't ever said anything about growing up in church. Why would you do that? It had been years since he'd told anyone about what had nearly happened with Janie in Baltimore, and now he was about to tell his second person in as many weeks. "I have a sister, and once I had to protect her from someone who meant to cause her harm. That changes a man, and I never want any woman to go through that." The memory of Janie's tear-streaked face would forever be burned in his memory, and while he stopped the attack, she'd be forever scarred. The boy's face hardened, a stark contrast to the sounds of joy coming from the living room. "Yes, if you can find us a gun to borrow, we'll take it, and Betsy needs to learn to shoot." Chapter 11. "Thank you so much, Mrs. Tessa," Betsy said sweetly as Ben and Lawrence led the rest of them out into the now clear skies. The ground was indeed wet, and their feet squished in the mud and grass, but a cool breeze had now settled as the sun started to set. Tessa beamed, giddy, as she thought about the prospect of sharing the joy of music again. "I can't wait to teach you piano, Betsy. You're going to be amazing." Lucy jumped up and down, swinging her sister's hand as she did so. "Can I learn too, Mrs. Tessa? Our mama played when she was a girl, but Pa could never afford to buy her one once they got married." That broke Tessa's heart a little, as she couldn't imagine what her life would be like without music. "Then I'm sure you're both naturals. I'll be happy to teach you too, sweetheart. Either Pastor Ben or myself will ride out to pick you up on Thursday afternoon, and we'll take you home as well. Conrad, of course, will bring you along too, though you don't have to learn piano if you don't want to." The boy shook his head wildly, his shaggy hair flopping as he did so. "No, thank you, but I'll find something to do here." The front door shut, and Ben's boots sounded on the porch. "Is everyone ready to go?" He held a large basket of food Tessa had packed, once again doing her best to make sure the children had enough to eat. Seeing the moldy bread on the table had been a knife to the gut, as had understanding why such tight rationing had been warranted. "I want to try and get back before it gets too dark." Lawrence lifted Betsy and Lucy into the wagon bed, while Conrad climbed up himself. "We're ready, Pastor. Thanks again for supper." It had actually been Ben who pulled together sandwiches from what they had in the icebox. "It was our pleasure," Tessa said with a wink, "and it turns out I married a pretty good cook to boot." The children laughed, knowing Ben hadn't done any actual cooking, but they were all going home happy with full bellies. Watching Ben flick the reins on the team, Tessa waved at the girls and Conrad from their spot in the back of the rig. It was only when they'd turned the corner and were well out of sight that Tessa allowed the dam to break and her tears to burst forth. As she moved slowly back up the porch steps and into the house, she cried for it all. She cried for the tiny baby who'd been left on the front porch of her first group home and never truly knew the love of a family. She cried for the little girl who'd been called reckless, but just wanted to save others around her from pain. She cried for the other children at Hope House, the ones who'd been abused and abandoned, as well as those who'd lost loving parents. She cried for all the children in New Orleans who desperately needed a home such as Hope House, but couldn't go due to space, and she cried for Preston, William, Peter, and all the other street boys who wouldn't trust such a place after their experiences elsewhere. She cried for Ben and the abuse he'd suffered, for his mother and the impossible position she was put in, and for his sister for the scars she'd carry even all these years later. She cried for Lawrence, Betsy, Conrad, and Lucy, children who deserved to be in a safe and sturdy home, but had to fend for themselves in an old abandoned shack. She cried for the young miner who'd lost his leg, and for the girls at the saloon who felt they had no choice but to subject themselves to the gazes and leers of men. She was still crying when Ben got home, though it felt as though no time at all had passed since he'd left. As quickly as she could, she calmed her sobs, but knew it was no use to try and hide her splotchy face there on the sofa. Quietly, as though he knew what she needed better than she did, Ben closed the distance between them and sat down on the couch next to her. His gentle touch pulling her against him brought tears afresh, but the way he held her and stroked her hair felt like a little bit of sunshine after a spring storm. "Shh," he soothed as he continued stroking her hair. "They're safe for tonight, and we're going to figure out what else to do to help them come morning." She sat up, facing him as the sobs shook her frame. "What more can we do? You can fix the roof, but the walls are about to cave in too. There were teeth marks from rats on the table leg, and the last of the bread I sent last time was still sitting there as though they've just been eating enough of it to stay alive. It was moldy, Ben, and they still didn't throw it out." Tessa had not grown up in a house with her birth family, but she'd never been hungry. Never in her life had she been forced to miss a meal. He pulled her close again, rubbing her back in slow strokes. "I'll tell you what more we're going to do. Tomorrow, I'm going to talk to Liam and see what needs to be done to be granted guardianship." Did he mean what she thought he meant? "Ben," she breathed softly as she pulled back once more. Gazing in his deep green eyes, Tessa searched for any duplicity there, knowing she wouldn't find any. "You take them in?" Brushing her tears off her cheeks with the pads of his thumbs, Ben nodded. "Defend the poor and the fatherless. Do justice to the afflicted and needy." Psalm chapter 82, verse 3. I can think of 10 verses right now to tell me exactly what to do in this situation, Tessa, and somehow I doubt I'll get any argument from you. "You won't," she said, with her first smile since they'd left. "Do you think they'll be willing to come?" "That, I don't know. All I can do is the best I can, and we will pray night and day God will soften their hearts towards coming to live with us. More than that, I get the sense they don't have any knowledge of faith, and it's my prayer will show them the living water beyond any food and drink we give them." Chapter 12. Every time Tessa went out to the Pratt Ranch and adjacent Hart homestead, she couldn't help but marvel at the beauty surrounding them. Kate and Samuel's house was large, a white farmhouse with a wraparound porch whose rocking chairs no doubt witnessed more beautiful sunsets than anyone could imagine. Between their adorable fluff ball of a guard dog, far more likely to lick an intruder than bite one, and all the ranch animals that adorned the place, Tessa couldn't help but grin at how wonderful her friend's life had turned out. As for Paige, she and Riley had built a much smaller but cute cabin on a few acres just north of the rest of the property. Large cedar logs were stacked on top of each other in a rectangle that Tessa knew was a 3-room home. For now, the space had 2 bedrooms and the main area where both the living and cooking space was, but Riley planned to expand the house once they returned from the summer's cattle drive. The front porch was covered, and 2 wooden rocking chairs that matched closely to the ones on Samuel and Kate's front porch sat among a flower bed full of color. Roses lined the front, beckoning butterflies and bees to their pretty pink blossoms, while lavender and marigolds lined the front of the beds. The smell was heavenly, and it had wafted through Paige's open windows as she'd given Tessa and Ben the tour. Baby Daniel was so close to rolling over, his chubby legs and arms hindering his progress when they'd been inside. He'd done his best, though, kicking his little legs atop the blue rug Paige had woven shortly after they moved in. As for the land their home sat on, it was just as beautiful as the rest of the ranch. Apparently, Samuel had deeded Riley the land when his foreman got married, giving them the gift of a place to start their lives. As Tessa, taking the chance to hold sweet Daniel as he slept, followed Paige around the property, the rolling hills, distant mountains, and gorgeous grasslands brought so much peace. Something about it felt anointed, and Tessa didn't know she'd ever felt the presence of God so clearly in a place as she did the Pratt Ranch. Daniel wiggled around a little in his sleep, his lips curling up in a stretch before settling back into Tessa's arms. "Paige, he's just perfect." Looking down at her son, the affection clear on her face, Paige grinned. "He really is. I wish he'd sleep a little better, but I couldn't ask for a more precious little boy." Moving her gaze from Daniel to Tessa, her expression sobered a little. "Are you happy here, Tessa? We heard what happened at the saloon, and most of us were present for the tree climbing incident. Then, of course, there was the attack with Charlotte. It was so brave of you to jump in the way you did, but it was such a close call. I know every couple has growing pains. I just want to make sure the 2 of you are finding your footing." "I think we are," Tessa said. "In some ways, I can absolutely believe I've only been here a little over a month, but in others, it feels like I've been settled here for a while." I felt the same once I moved here, though for a while I was living at the parsonage with Pastor and Minnie Olson. Paige's husband hadn't actually sent off for a mail-order bride, as some of his friends at the ranch had done it without really thinking through the consequences. They'd been well-meaning, but it took Riley a bit of time to allow himself to fall in love with Paige. Daniel started to fuss and wiggle more, so Tessa handed him back to Paige. "Is he hungry?" The only time she'd heard the sweet boy cry was when he was ready to eat. "Always," Paige said as she took him back. "I'll just go in and feed him, then I'll take you over to the ranch to see Starlight's new filly. She's just perfect." "Take your time." As Paige hurried inside the cabin, with Daniel's impatience growing louder and louder as she went, Tessa remained in the shade of the large tree and continued to gaze out over the pasture. A creek trickled down from the mountains to the north, hopping over the rocks in its path. Were she to stick her fingers in the clear, crisp water, she had no doubt it would be cold due to its source, but something in her still longed to go for a swim. Rabbits and deer moved about the fields in the distance, unconcerned by the human presence there, as though they knew the land was blessed. And blessed it was. She was so lost in the beauty of the land around her, she didn't even hear Ben approach until he'd placed his hand in hers in the shade of the tree. Enjoying the view? She nodded, dropping her head to his shoulder after. The more I learn about nature and the way the components of Earth work together in a cycle, I wonder how in the world one could doubt the existence of God. It's a little bit like a song, all the elements and parts coming together in harmony. Apart from each other, it doesn't work as well, but when all the parts work together, it's pure beauty. She hadn't meant to go into all that, but Ben's silence had her pulling her gaze from the land to her husband. His eyes were firmly fixed on her, darkened as they stared. "You're right. It is pure beauty, inside and out." In that moment, she realized they weren't just talking about the land, and the blush that rose up to her cheeks was more welcome than she thought it might be. As he closed the distance between their lips, Tessa allowed herself to be wrapped up in his strong arms. He kissed her like a man in love, but they'd not said those words to one another yet. Still, she couldn't doubt it when she felt his lips on hers. He pulled back, resting his forehead against hers as he continued to hold her. "You were the surprise I never saw coming, Tessa Martin. Proof the Lord knows better than we do." How long they stood there looking out into the pasture before Paige came back with the baby and a wide grin, Tessa had no idea. They still had things to figure out, not the least of which being able to provide a place for Lawrence and his siblings without having the powers that be to move in and separate them. They rode out twice a week to check in on the siblings, bringing food, and making sure everyone was doing well, and they all came into town one day a week for music lessons with Tessa. Still, it wasn't enough. Somewhere in her heart, Tessa knew she was meant to love those children the way they deserved to be loved, but the smartest thing to do was to ensure it was all above board. Liam had sent off an inquiry to Denver to see what their options were, but Ben hadn't mentioned it to Lawrence yet. Rather than worry about it, something she knew Ben was tempted to do often, Tessa simply prayed day after day and night after night that the Lord would guide the process. He would. They just simply had to listen and act with patience. Patience wasn't exactly a virtue Tessa possessed, but the Lord had given her grace in the midst of her impatience. Before Ben released her, he pressed a soft kiss to her hair, jarring her from her thoughts about the children. "Are you ready to head home, Mrs. Martin?" "I am," she replied. Looking up at him, she was struck once again by how adorable his dimple was. "Let's go home." Ben arrived at the mine the next day and immediately sensed something was wrong. His gut clenched, and it was as though his skin felt as though it was too tight for his body. Men who typically worked outside the mines, hauling and sifting, were all gathered in a large group near the opening of one of the mines. That was always a bad sign. Spotting one of the mine foremen, who had begun attending their church after the Bible studies Ben had started leading down at the camp during their lunch, Ben quickly pulled the brake on his rig and hopped down. "Raymond?" he said, as he jogged towards the mountain of a man with a bald head and dust-stained clothes. "What's happened?" Raymond turned to him then, the worry clear in his eyes, but he didn't have a chance to speak before a horse came flying into the camp, and Dr. Collins jumped off the back. He didn't even take the time to tie his mount before unstrapping his medical bag and sprinting towards the gaggle of men. "Is he still alive?" "Barely," Raymond choked out. "If James hadn't heard the cave-in, I doubt he would be. The beam fell right on his leg, and he hit his head when he went down." Dr. Collins let out a hiss before elbowing his way through the crowd. "Excuse me, men. Move out of the way." Ben hurried after him, intent to provide any help he could as he'd done before, but Raymond pulled him back. "I don't know if you need to go up there, Ben. It's not a pretty sight." "What?" He'd assisted the doctor on multiple occasions since he was typically a good bit cleaner than the other miners. Accidents happened at a mine, and they always simply prayed it wasn't a fatal one. Not to mention, any man in that condition could probably use a prayer or two. "What aren't you telling me?" Raymond sucked in a breath, shutting his eyes as he did so. The dread that filled Ben at his clear hesitation nearly choked him. "It's Lawrence." Chapter 13. Tessa paced back and forth in the waiting room at Dr. Collins's office, her heart threatening to beat out of her chest with each passing minute. How long was this going to take? Was the fact they weren't done yet a good thing or a bad thing? When would Ben get back? He'd gone out to the homestead to pick up Betsy, Conrad, and Lucy, as he didn't want anyone else telling them what had happened. What would the 3 children think when they heard a beam had landed on their brother's femur? Would they understand Dr. Collins and Ben had likely saved his life out there at the mine camp by acting as quickly as they did? Apparently, his femoral artery hadn't been severed, but it had been nicked by the bone as it broke. Somehow, by the grace of God alone, Dr. Collins had gotten there in time. They'd already applied a tourniquet out of a man's belt, as the doctor had been doing life-saving first aid training at the mine over the past few months, and had taught them that. It had also saved the life of the young man who lost his leg just after Tessa first arrived. The door to the patient room opened, and Dr. Collins stepped out looking completely spent. He was a handsome man, his blonde hair and clean-shaven face a contrast to many of the men in town. He looked to be in his late 20s, a few years older than Ben, but she couldn't be certain. He dried his hands on a white towel and sighed. "I think he's going to make it, but he's going to need a great deal of help over the next few months." He glanced around as Alma Collins, the shrewd-looking spinster who sometimes helped him at the clinic, stepped out as well. "Where's Pastor Martin?" "Ed." "He went to go get Lawrence's siblings from their homestead." She stopped, unsure how much information to divulge. "He knew Lawrence would want to see them when he wakes up." Dr. Collins nodded, wiping sweat from his forehead with the clean towel. "I managed to set the bone to the point I believe it will heal back fairly well. I can't say for certain whether he'll have a limp, but he's alive." "By the Lord alone," Alma breathed. "A boy that age had no business working in a mine. If he's of age, then I'm a pretty young thing about to go to my first debutante ball." Holding back her first snicker since she'd heard about Lawrence's accident, Tessa looked out the window. Ben and the children would be there soon, and she'd prefer to know all the information before the children arrived. "I'm assuming he'll be out of work for at least a few months." "More like 4 or 5, Dr. Collins said. "But I agree with Alma. I can't imagine that he's old enough to be working for the mine anyway." He studied Tessa as though trying to solve a puzzle. "What's your and Pastor's relationship to the Coburn children anyway?" How much could she say? They needed some adults to look after them, though, to this point, they've preferred to live on their own. "We've been doing the best we could." The doctor's scrutinizing gaze softened. "I wondered if it was something like that. He'll probably be out for another hour or so, but I'm keeping a close eye on his pulse and breathing. When his siblings get here, please ask them to be quiet and not to touch him when they come in to see him. He's going to be in some pain when he wakes up." Alma scoffed. "Some? He just had his femur snapped clean through and risked bleeding out there at the mine. He's going to be in more than some pain." "Aunt Alma," Dr. Collins snapped. After a deep breath, he gentled his tone. "Why don't you go on back home? I can handle things from here." The woman jumped at the idea, clearly not keen on staying all day. As soon as she left, Dr. Collins's head tipped forward, and his thumb and forefinger rested on the bridge of his nose. "You don't happen to know any good nurses, do you?" An idea flashed in her mind, a welcome distraction from all her worry over Lawrence. "Actually," Tessa said as she crossed her arms over her chest, "my old roommate, Grace, from New Orleans, is an orderly at the hospital there. She hasn't had formal nurse training, but she was saving up for a training program the last time I spoke with her." Hope flashed in the man's eyes as he took another deep breath. "Does she have a better bedside manner than my aunt?" "With all due respect, Dr. Collins, I think a porcupine would have a better bedside manner than your aunt." Tessa clamped her hand over her mouth. The words were out of her mouth before she even considered their possible offense, but the doctor's wide grin told her he'd not taken it personally. "You might be right about that. And please, call me Ethan. I'm going to go check on our patient. Let me know when Ben and the kids get back." He paused, swallowing before he spoke again. "I don't want to stick my nose into your affairs, but Lawrence is going to need more than younger siblings to care for him when he's released. If he could stay with you and the pastor for a while, it would be best. I'd let him stay with me, but my apartment is upstairs and he won't be able to climb them for some time." The bell above the door jingled as Ben and the children rushed inside. The concern on Ben's face was clear, but he relaxed when he saw Tessa's smile. "He's going to be all right?" "Yes," Tessa nodded. "He's going to recover." Betsy and Lucy both burst into tears of relief, rushing forward to hug Tessa as Conrad bit his lower lip in an attempt to stop the trembling. When he saw the misting in Ben's eyes, he let the tears fall in his own as well. "He's really gonna live, Doc?" Sitting in one of the waiting room chairs to look Conrad in the eye, Ethan smiled softly. "He is, but he's going to need a whole lot of help over the next few months. Do you think you can help with that?" Ben stepped forward and placed his hand on the boy's shoulder. "And you won't have to do it alone, buddy. None of you will. You're all going to move into our house in town, and we'll figure the rest out from there." Pulling her head back to stare up at Tessa, Betsy continued crying. "We are? Really?" "You sure are. Come on, let's go see your brother before we head home. I'm sure Pastor Ben will be happy to go out and collect your things for you later." Raising her gaze to the man in question, Tessa stared at him over the children's heads. "Thank you," she mouthed. An hour later, after they all stood around Lawrence as his eyes began to flutter open, his shoulders wincing as he did so. What happened?" His voice was raspy, and Dr. Collins handed Ben a cup of water. "Where?" His eyes went wide, and Tessa stepped forward to calm him when Betsy put a hand on his shoulder. "Law, you're at the clinic." Betsy's voice was low, calm, and nothing like the scared girl she'd been in the waiting room. "You had an accident at the mine, and Dr. Collins saved your life." She didn't move her hand, and Lawrence was likely so tired he didn't fight. "You need to rest. We're going to be fine." Everything she said was spoken quickly, as though she knew the information her brother would need before he even asked. "We're going to stay at the parsonage with Pastor and Mrs. Martin, and you're going to come when you can be moved." Her eyes, deep set into her gaunt face, flashed with a dare to challenge what she said. In that moment, Tessa couldn't be prouder of the normally soft-spoken Betsy, content to fade into the background unless she was playing the piano. In those moments, at least in the short time they'd been doing lessons, she'd come alive. It turned out that the girl already had a good bass, as their mother had played as well. Betsy said it made her feel close to her, and Tessa couldn't blame her. Lawrence let out a long breath, wincing again. "My leg. Did you have to take it?" His eyes were now on Dr. Collins, the terror of a 16-year-old boy staring down his future, breaking Tessa's heart a little. "No, son, we were able to save it. You have the mine blacksmith to thank for that. He managed to get the beam off of you and apply a tourniquet to keep it from doing any more damage. You owe Carter Hayes a big thank you next time you see him." He looked up then, his eyes on Ben. "I need to talk to you about him at some point. There's more to his story we don't know. He's a young man, probably not even 30 yet, but he had the strength of an ox and the skill of a doctor out there." Turning back to Lawrence, he smiled softly. "The Lord was looking out for you today, Lawrence. Now, I imagine you're ready for some more pain medication." After a brief hesitation, Lawrence spoke. I don't know how I'm going to pay for all this." "Don't worry about it," Ben said quickly. "Ethan, get him whatever he needs to help him be comfortable. I'll settle up with you when he's released." In that moment, if she hadn't already, Tessa would have fallen head over heels for her kind and generous husband. Even the way he stood behind Lucy and Conrad, hands on both their shoulders, in both a comforting and protective manner. He'd shifted from pastor and helper to father figure, and no one would take those children from him as long as they were willing to stay. Lawrence must have sensed it too, as his whole body relaxed from the tension he'd held since the moment she met him. "Thank you, Pastor." Removing one hand from Conrad's shoulder, Ben placed it on Lawrence's arm. "You can call me Ben. We're going to take care of them. You just take care of you until we can do that too. Let the doctor give you medicine when you need it, all right?" He nodded, and Tessa placed her hand on his other arm as she stepped forward. "We'll be back later today to bring you both supper. You try and get some rest." As they moved towards the door, Dr. Collins measured out a tincture of a strong-smelling amber liquid to give to Lawrence. Tessa's step faltered, hesitant to leave Lawrence in the care of anyone else, despite the fact he'd been acting like a grown man for a long time. "Go on, Mrs. Martin," Dr. Collins said kindly as he handed Lawrence the spoon. "I promise I'll take good care of him." That kindness, the understanding she felt maternal urges towards these children despite the fact that they were not hers by blood, had her eyes misting once again. "Thank you." Shutting the door softly behind her, Tessa felt like she was about to fall apart until Ben took her in his arms. "Betsy," he said softly, "will you take the children over to the mercantile and have them pick out penny candies? Get yourself something as well, and ask whoever is at the counter to put it on my tab. We'll meet you there in a minute." Betsy nodded and hurried the children out of the clinic, no doubt sensing how close Tessa was to losing what control she'd managed to keep. As the door shut behind them, Ben placed one hand on Tessa's back and the other in her hair, providing a soft place to land as the sobs came and shook her body. All the unfairness threatened again the way it had that night at the parsonage, but this time it felt a little like lancing an infected wound. As she cried, she felt the Lord bringing her his peace and the assurance that they were doing the right thing. The children were not their blood, but every child deserved a home with love and security. They all deserved to run and play and learn without having to also worry about putting a roof over their heads and food in their bellies. They deserved a family, and they deserved to have adults who would want them to be part of that family. She couldn't answer why God had allowed the events of their lives to unfold, but she knew her path forward. She'd provide that safety and security, the love she'd received at Hope House. The future would come as it came, but God would guide them. By the time they all moved down the steps after church a few days later, Ben couldn't believe how profoundly his life had changed in a few short months. Not only did he have a wife that had completely turned his world upside down, but he was now the guardian over 4 children. They still hadn't received word from the state about what that would look like in the long term, but they'd do whatever they needed to ensure the Coburn children were safe with them. "Can we go see Lawrence now?" Conrad bobbed back and forth on his toes, as though he hadn't been over that morning with Tessa to bring Lawrence and Dr. Collins breakfast. "I want to tell him about the story you told today." His grin was wide, but it sparked curiosity in Ben as they approached the rig. "Sure, but it's not just a story, you know. David and Goliath were real people, and God really did help David take down an enemy no one believed him capable of defeating with just a slingshot and stones." Lucy's brows rose as Ben helped her into the wagon bed. "Wait, that was a real story? It wasn't just a fairy tale?" Taking a breath, Ben prayed for wisdom on how to proceed. Tessa smiled softly at him, clearly fine with his taking the lead on the conversation, and provided a hand for Betsy as she got in as well. "It's not a fairy tale. The Philistines were a real tribe, and Goliath was their fiercest warrior. But the meaning of the story isn't just that God helped David." "It's not?" Betsy had been quiet until then, but now all 3 children studied Ben as he spoke. He hopped up in the back of the wagon as he waved to Samuel and Kate on their way out. This wasn't a discussion to rush, as their main goal for the children's presence in their home was to disciple them. They'd given them a safe place and food in their bellies, but this was far more important. "No, it's a good story, but we can't let it stop there. It's also a reminder to us that God cares deeply for us, and He can conquer battles we think we'll never win. Not only does He love us deeply, but He also fights on our behalf. He's taking care of us, even when we can't see it." Betsy looked thoughtful, her brows furrowing. Then why did He allow Lawrence's accident? Why did He allow us to suffer the way we have? Why did He allow our parents to die in that wagon accident? The earnestness and heartbreak in her voice broke Ben's heart. "I wish I knew that answer in every situation, but I don't. I do know that when sin entered the world, a whole lot of bad things came with it." Thinking back on his own childhood and the anger his pain had caused, grace filled him as he spoke. "I don't know why Tessa and I were both given the childhoods we were, and I certainly don't know why you were. I do know this. God brought us all together. He brought Lawrence to Tessa that day, and she was faithful to His calling to reach out. Because of that, you had somewhere to go when the accident occurred, and Lawrence can focus on healing rather than trying to provide for you." "And," Tessa said softly as she reached for Betsy's hand, "I want you to always feel comfortable coming to us when you have these questions. I grew up in group homes, abandoned on the steps of one as a baby. My first one wasn't the best, but God used it to bring me to Hope House. It led me to a friendship with Mrs. Kate, Mrs. Mara, and Mrs. Page, as well as my friend Grace, back home, who I'm hoping might answer a letter of her own." She winked, and Ben chuckled at the scheme his wife had hatched to get her here and in proximity to Dr. Collins. "He didn't give me an easy road. He didn't give any of us one, but He did give us people along the way to encourage us, and from here on out, I know Ben and I plan to make yours much smoother." A tear trickled down Betsy's cheek as she nodded, and Lucy climbed up in her sister's lap. Conrad burrowed into her side, and Ben wrapped his arm around all three of them. In that moment, the silent hug and promise that they were going to become some sort of makeshift family, he couldn't help but feel the conviction at how angry he'd initially been with Tessa's propensity to leap before she looked. Had she not approached Lawrence in town that day and brought him to their house for the clothes closet? Who knew what dire straits the children would be in now? He'd been sleeping at the clinic with Lawrence, so Dr. Collins could get some rest, and Tessa had moved her things into the master bedroom so the girls could share hers. They'd made room in the clothes closet bedroom for Conrad to have a place to sleep, but they'd have to do something else once Lawrence was released. But at that moment, none of that was at the forefront of his mind. No. Instead, it was gratitude that Tessa had been true to exactly who God created her to be, despite his anger about her not fitting into the box of a pastor's wife and his own shortcomings in allowing his insecurity to get the better of him. As their eyes met over the children's heads, Ben hoped she understood everything stirring in his heart. He loved this woman, not just for her beauty, charm, and kindness. He loved her for her passion, her energy, and her ability to show him how deeply he'd let his own hang-ups dictate his ministry. He loved her because she was the woman who'd climb a tree to get a child's kite, the same one who'd run into the fray to help someone in need. Natasha and the other ladies from the saloon had indeed visited church a few times, though they came in late, sat in the back, and left early. It was a start, and it was one he'd never have achieved with his old way of doing things. Silently breathing a prayer of thanksgiving, he released his little family and rounded the wagon bed to climb in. "Let's go see Lawrence, shall we?" Chapter 14. It was 10 days after the accident by the time Lawrence's injuries had healed enough that Dr. Collins felt comfortable letting him go home to the parsonage. He was still in some pain, but Tessa got the impression that it had been far more touch and go for the boy than the doctor had initially let on. That said, they'd be forever grateful for all he'd done to not only save Lawrence's life, but also expose him to another man of God who was willing to answer some of the tough questions he had. Now that Lawrence had been home at the parsonage for another week, he'd begun the process of trying to walk again without the assistance of the wheelchair the doctor had loaned him, at least for a few steps. He'd be using crutches for a while, something Ben had cobbled together for him after Dr. Collins had described them, and they'd helped tremendously. As Tessa puttered around the kitchen, excited to finally host Kate, Mara, Paige, and their families at the parsonage, she tossed a towel over her shoulder and handed Conrad the waste bucket they'd throw to the chickens later. It was full of potato peels, carrot tops, stale bread, and a host of other things that would be gobbled up. Toss these to the hens, and then go check on your brother. Conrad grinned, bolting out the back door with the energy of a growing boy who finally had enough food to eat. Lucy and Betsy had begun to put on a little weight too, the sharp lines of their cheeks no longer quite so angular, and Betsy no longer needed to tie her apron strings quite so tight. The sight of it warmed Tessa's heart immensely, but not as much as that of the front door opening and Ben walking through with their friends behind them. "Something smells delicious," he said as he closed the distance between them. Pressing a quick kiss to her lips, Ben seemed to surprise them both by his boldness. He hadn't kissed her since that day at the ranch, but they'd certainly grown more comfortable around one another with every passing day. They also shared a room now, though Ben had slept on the floor to avoid making her feel uncomfortable. Apparently deciding to just go with it, Ben grinned as he stepped back. "And you look beautiful, Mrs. Martin." "Careful now," Liam said with a mile-wide grin. "You're going to make your girl blush, Pastor." Mara snorted. Too late. She swatted Liam on the belly before gesturing towards the twins. "You take the children outside to play until it's time to eat, so you don't embarrass poor Tessa any further." With a mock salute, Liam stood at attention. "Ma'am, yes ma'am. Come on, young'uns, let's go see what trouble we can get into before it's time to eat." Samuel and Riley followed them outside, taking baby Daniel and Elijah along with them. Lucy and Betsy followed shortly after, clearly deciding the children and chickens were much more fun than finishing the cooking. Once the women had gathered in the kitchen, Kate leaned back against the counter and crossed her hands over her chest. "So, I assume that means things are going well between the two of you?" She didn't even try to mask the hope on her face, not that it would have mattered. "They are. We're still getting to know each other, but he's the kindest man I've ever known. Seeing him with the children these past few weeks would have swayed me even if I hadn't been heading that direction already." Kate's face sobered, understanding in her gaze. "And how are the children doing? I can't believe so few of us realized they were out there all by themselves. I hate to think of them out there all winter in that clapboard shack. Samuel said it had been abandoned nearly a decade ago, and it hadn't been worth much then." "It's not your fault. They kept to themselves. Even the Cranes didn't know they didn't have any adults in the home. I have no doubt someone else would have stepped in had they realized." Paige stepped forward, pulling Tessa into a hug. "But we didn't. You did. You see people no one else notices. You always have. It's who you are, and it's part of what makes you a wonderful pastor's wife." Ben's deep voice sounded from just outside the kitchen as he approached. "I couldn't agree more," he said. Lawrence crutched in behind him, slowly but steadily enough. "The Lord knew what he was doing bringing Tessa here. My own pride might have gotten in the way in the beginning, but now I see it for what it was. Grace beyond measure." "That reminds me," Mara said quickly. "Have you heard from Grace lately? I know you two were so close. I just wondered how she was faring in New Orleans. She's a nurse, right?" "An orderly, though she'd love to train to be a nurse. In fact, I'm scheming a little bit to make that happen." The women gathered around as Tessa shared her hopes that she could convince Ethan Collins to send off for a bride, but she'd have to write to Grace and gauge her willingness first. It would take a little doing, but that didn't mean it was impossible. Mara shook her head with a smirk. "Why doesn't that surprise me?" As they all sat down to dinner later, Tessa nearly cried at the sight of Lawrence laughing and joking with his siblings and the rest of them. Samuel told stories from the ranch that clearly fascinated the boy, and Liam added color to them to keep the entire table in stitches. "Then," Liam said, "Samuel thought he'd try and ride the bull." Samuel stuck his finger in the air. "That's not quite how it went, little brother, and you know it. You told me that if I didn't try, you'd tell everyone at school that I fancied Helen Howard. I really didn't have a choice." "I was never actually going to do that," Liam said with a laugh. "But seeing you get thrown from one end of the pen to the other was worth it, especially since you didn't actually get hurt." "That was the grace of God alone," Samuel grumbled, "but it did teach me not to listen to a thing you said anymore." Betsy, coming more and more out of her shell with each passing day, placed her napkin on her plate. "Lawrence has always dreamed of being a ranch hand from the time we were little." Head whipping toward his sister, Lawrence's eyes went wide. "Betsy, hush." "What?" He said earlier they hire seasonal help, and once you get healed, there's no reason you couldn't go do a job you actually want to do. You don't have to support us all anymore, Law. Do what you want to do. Samuel sat back in his chair and crossed his arms over his chest, a thoughtful smile on his face. She's right, Lawrence. When you're healed up, if it's all right with Ben and Tessa, come out and see me. We've got a bunk in the bunkhouse with your name on it. Looking as though the whole thing was too good to be true, Lawrence turned his attention to where Ben and Tessa sat at the other end of the table. Could I? Taking Tessa's hand, Ben squeezed it in reassurance. They'd already discussed they couldn't treat Lawrence like a child. He'd been doing the work of a man far too long for that. The most they could do is guide him and try to help him find his way once the burden of providing for himself and 3 siblings was removed. That's a decision only you can make, and we support you in whatever you want to do. I definitely trust Samuel more than the foreman down at the mine to keep you safe, but ranch work carries danger of its own. It does, Samuel agreed, but at least you get to spend your days in the sun and on beautiful land with a herd of cattle. We pay bonuses after the cattle drive too, and provide room and board. Any emotion she'd managed to hold back became much harder as the hope on Lawrence's face bloomed into pure joy. For once, he looked like the little boy he'd been far before they ever met him, with dreams of being a cowboy rolling around in his head. Betsy's right. You've held your whole family on your back for over a year, but you're not alone in that anymore. Let us help you, and if you want to learn ranch work, there's no one better to teach you. Tessa, Ben called as he came home later that week. You've got a letter from New Orleans. At first, he'd been alarmed that the men from the phony acting troupe had found her, but the return address had been from Hope House. Hopefully, they were just checking in to ensure that she was adjusting well. The music wafting from the piano in the living room stopped, and Ben heard Tessa's soft voice telling Lucy and Betsy what to do in her absence. Conrad had been true to his word that he wasn't interested in learning to play the piano, but they'd find something he enjoyed soon. He and Lawrence both had looked out the window at the boys their age playing baseball in the field behind the mercantile, but neither had worked up the courage to ask to play. Lawrence couldn't, of course, but hopefully Conrad would find it in him before long. Tessa appeared in the entryway, equal parts hope and hesitation in her eyes. Does it say who it's from? Hope House, he said quickly. Sorry if I made you nervous. I really don't think the men from that group are going to find you here, but if they do, you don't have to worry. Pulling her close, he pressed a kiss to her forehead and realized how much he loved the feeling of her relaxing against him. You're safe here. With a deep sigh, Tessa pulled back to read the letter. Quickly, Ben realized something must be very wrong as her mouth fell open and her eyes filled with tears. Oh no. The tears tracked down her face. It's all my fault. His heart pumping so hard he could nearly hear it, every bit of protective instinct in Ben flared to life. What's wrong? He couldn't face an adversary if he didn't know what it was, and there was no way Tessa would face whatever was in that letter alone. What does it say? It's Grace, my roommate from New Orleans. She sobbed, and Betsy and Lucy appeared in the hallway with eyes as wide as saucers. Bradford Marbury's men were trying to find me through her, but she wouldn't tell them where I'd gone. They hurt her, and they'd have probably killed her if our landlady hadn't heard the commotion from downstairs. She let out another shaky sob, and Ben pulled her back to his chest. She's in the hospital with a concussion so severe they don't know if she'll wake up. Ben searched his brain for a way to fix this for her, but he could think of nothing short of traveling to New Orleans to buy out her contract. But even then, how would it help Grace? I'm going to figure this out. Just give me some time. She didn't respond, and fear ran through him at the fact he couldn't read her thoughts. Ways he could possibly help continued to run through his head, but each one of them came up just as short as the last. Lord, I can't control this, but you already know the outcome. Please spare Grace's life and show us the path forward. Chapter 15. Early the next morning, while the sun was still hours from rising, Tessa padded out of the bedroom and into the kitchen. She'd stepped over a sleeping Ben, snoring softly from his spot, where he'd respectfully insisted on sleeping on the floor as long as she needed. The thought of the first night he'd done so brought tears to her eyes at the sweetness, as did the understanding of what she was about to do. Tossing and turning all night long, Tessa knew she had to go back to New Orleans. She'd go to Mr. Marbury herself and try to work out a payment plan to get out of her contract. If she had to, she'd enlist the help of some of the wealthier Hope House donors and former music clients of hers, but she would get out of her contract. He'd known it was an orphan he hoodwinked into foolishly signing her life away, but he didn't know it was an orphan with resources. Doing her best not to let the tears drip onto her note, Tessa penned it quickly. "Dearest Ben, thank you for coming to care for me just as I am. Thank you for protecting me, for giving me a safe place to be exactly who the Lord created me to be. I plan to get myself out of this mess and come home, but if for some reason I can't, know that I'm the luckiest woman in the world to be Mrs. Benjamin Martin. I know you'll love the children, and they are in good hands. Please know if it's at all in my power, I will come back to you. Tessa." Folding the note and placing it on the kitchen table under a candlestick, Tessa let her tears flow in earnest. She'd have to walk the 4 miles to Sawyer's Pass to board the train, but she should have plenty of time to do so if she hurried. Shutting the door softly behind her, Tessa moved quickly down the steps and started the walk to the train station. As Mud Lake grew smaller and smaller behind her, Tessa wondered if she'd ever see the beautiful place ever again. Memories flashed in her mind as she thought back to the first moment she'd stepped onto the platform and met Ben. The moment she'd first seen the town, it had felt like home. After some time, so did Ben. She'd not even been in town for 2 full months, but both the church and the people who lived there had come to feel like family. If the only option was to fulfill her contract, she'd do it to protect Grace and the other girls coming out of Hope House. Grace's little sister, Mia, still lived there, as she wouldn't age out for another 2 years. Workers at the first orphanage had opened the door to a crying Mia and 3-year-old Grace doing her best to comfort her little sister. Thankfully, they'd managed to use goat's milk to feed the baby the same way they had for Tessa, and the 2 of them were able to stay together when sibling groups were so often split up. Maybe it was hearing Grace talk about the fear she experienced every time they got moved that had made Tessa so insistent the Coburn children not be separated. If Lawrence wanted to go be a ranch hand, he should do it, but he'd have the opportunity to come back and see his siblings. Imagining Lucy going to one home while Conrad and Betsy went to another broke Tessa's heart, and she breathed a silent prayer of thanks they'd been able to provide a home for them. As Tessa finally reached the train station, her feet hurt, and the muscles in her legs smarted from keeping them so tense to avoid tripping over roots and rocks. The train would be leaving at 9, and as long as she managed to get out of town before Ben inevitably came to look for her, she'd be fine. But would he come look for her? Would he even care if she left? Or would he secretly be relieved? Should she even return? Or had she already made his life harder than it needed to be? Boarding her train, Tessa stared out the window into the distance. She saw nothing and no one coming over the hill from Mud Lake, and even though she left the note so he wouldn't chase after her, something in her had still hoped he would. Her seat wasn't nearly as comfortable as it had been on the way to Colorado, as all the money she'd been able to scrape together this time had been the least expensive ticket. Still, in only a few days, she'd be back in New Orleans and could go see how Grace was doing. As soon as she did that, she'd make her way to Mr. Marbury's office where she'd auditioned in the first place. It was funny in some ways. 6 months ago, when she'd first seen the flyer about auditions, she'd have said her dream was to perform on stage for thousands of people. She'd always loved it, and planning the variety show along with some of the other women in the community had been more fun than she ever imagined it would be, but it no longer held the same luster it once had. No, now, when she thought of what her dreams were for her future, she pictured Ben and the Coburn children gathered around the piano at the parsonage singing their hearts out. She pictured visiting tiny babies and widows for families in town, and perhaps holding a tiny baby of her own. Maybe that baby would have Ben's dimple, one of the first things she noticed about him. Ben would be a wonderful father, and he'd already filled some version of the role for Lawrence and the other children. He was gentle, patient, and kind, despite having a protective streak that occasionally got the better of him. As the train pulled away from the station, Tessa blew out a long breath. If he had come to look for her, he hadn't made it in time. There was some relief there, despite how much she wished his calm, steady presence could be in New Orleans with her. The children needed him more than she did, and she never walked alone anyway. The Lord would be with her in New Orleans just as readily as he was in Mud Lake. That thought, if nothing else, gave her comfort as her journey began. Similarly to how they had when he'd first knocked on Samuel's door holding her second letter, Ben's hands shook as he held Tessa's note in his hand once more. She'd gone to New Orleans, and she'd gone alone. At that moment, he couldn't decide which emotion reigned. Anger that she'd put herself in danger that way. Fear over what would happen to her when she got to New Orleans. Worry over what she'd find at Grace's hospital room. Heartbreak that she hadn't been comfortable enough to come and tell him what she was thinking. Respect that she refused to let anyone else fight her battles for her. And ultimately, complete and utter loneliness, realizing how quickly he'd fallen for his wife, only to potentially lose her forever. Normally, he prayed silently in his head, as he'd always believed that it didn't matter how one spoke to the Almighty as long as they did so. But nothing in the world could have kept him from falling to his knees right there on the kitchen floor and speaking his entire prayer aloud. "Father, I don't know what to do here. I want to go after her, but I can't leave the children. They've spent enough time on their own, God. Show me what to do." He hadn't heard Lawrence crutch down the hallway until his voice sounded from behind him. "She went to help her friend, didn't she?" His voice was calm, resolute, as no one understood Tessa's motivations better than Lawrence. Grace was like a sister to her, and just like Lawrence had for his siblings, she'd do anything for her. "She went to New Orleans?" The boy had already begun to fill out in his short time here, and the rest he'd finally been able to have helped him heal faster than even the doctor thought possible. "Yes, and I can't say I blame her, but I just wish she hadn't gone alone." "Go after her," Lawrence said matter-of-factly, as he slowly crutched across the floor and sank down into one of the chairs. "We'll be fine. We've been living on our own for a long time, and we're finally in a safe house with access to food and clothing. Have Mr. Liam and Mrs. Mara check in on us if you want, but please, go with her. If all the stories folks tell about her are true, she's always the one rescuing others. Don't make her do this alone." The boy was right, but none of it sat right in Ben's stomach. Still, his mind was made up. "I'll go talk to the Pratts and Dr. Collins. We won't be gone long." Lawrence nodded soberly. "Hurry up and pack. She's got a head start already." It took barely 10 minutes for Ben to gather up everything he thought he might need, and the sun hadn't even crested the tree line when he knocked on Liam's door. It took a moment, but he came to answer a moment later in sock feet and strapping on his gun belt. "Benjamin? What's wrong? Is it one of the children?" Mara appeared behind him, wrapping a thick robe around herself as her long blonde hair cascaded down her back. Ben tipped his head toward her before addressing them both. "It's Tessa. She got a letter from one of the Hope House folks yesterday that Grace had been attacked by men who were trying to find Tessa. Grace is in the hospital, and Tessa's gone back to New Orleans." Covering her mouth, Mara gasped. "What men are looking for Tessa? What enemies could she possibly have?" "A man by the name of Bradford Marbury," Ben said quickly. When no recognition showed on her face, he forged ahead with a short version of the story about Tessa's acting contract and what it had really been a front for. "I don't know what her plan is, or if she even has one, but I can't let her go alone." He handed Liam the note she'd left, and the sheriff looked it over. "Run over to the livery and take my horse. Samuel's going out to Sawyer's Pass tomorrow for a delivery anyway. He'll bring him back. The train leaves at 9, which means you've got 1 hour to be on it. We'll take care of the children. You go get your girl." By the time Ben reached the train station in Sawyer's Pass, the engine was already at the station, and folks were boarding. Thankfully, the livery was right next to the train station, and he was able to drop Liam's horse off in minutes before sprinting to the ticket booth. "1 ticket to New Orleans, please. Quick!" More folks filed onto the train, and it was only then that Ben saw Tessa's dark hair and light blue dress move up the steps. "Tessa!" He called out as loudly as he could, but she couldn't hear him over the train's roar. "Tessa!" He had no luck the second time either, and the ticket booth clerk didn't appear too pleased about his commotion. "Here you go, sir," the man said as he slid the ticket across the desk. "Have a nice trip." Swiping the ticket from the desk, Ben ran towards the car where Tessa had boarded, only to be stopped by one of the porters. "Excuse me, sir," the man said, as he glanced at Ben's ticket. "You're in a different passenger car. This way." "But my wife is in that one," he said, as he pointed towards the one in the middle. "She doesn't know I'm here. Can you please let me speak with her?" The man blew out a frustrated breath. "Sir, I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but I must ask you to go to the appropriate passenger car. If you don't, we'll be forced to have security escort you out." The train whistled, and the porter stepped up onto the bottom step. "Hurry now, or you'll miss the train entirely." Defeated for the round, but not the battle, Ben ran towards his passenger car with his ticket in the air. As the train started to pull away, he managed to grab hold of the handrail and hop onto the bottom step as the porter from his car steadied his arm. This one was much friendlier than the one in Tessa's car, and he closed the door behind them with a grin. "Well, sir, I'd say someone was looking out for you today." Chapter 16. Tessa hurried through the hospital ward the nurse had directed her to, the beds lining the wall on either side containing all sorts of folks. There were old, young, awake and sitting, sleeping, and those whose complexion was so deathly pale she wondered if they would make it out of there. Nurses in crisp white aprons over blue dresses with white hats moved from bed to bed, taking vitals and pulling medications from clear vials with needles and syringes. One man groaned in pain, his leg wrapped in a thick cast until whatever the nurse had just given him took effect. Why were the wards not separated by gender and age? Wasn't that the way it normally ran? Shivers ran down Tessa's spine at the thought of what she might see when she reached Grace's bed, but so far she'd still been unable to find her. A friendly-looking blonde nurse looked up from where she held the hand of a teenage girl, a cut bandaged on the girl's forehead. "Can I help you, ma'am?" The girl in the bed eyed Tessa curiously as well, though neither of them appeared suspicious. "Yes, actually, I'm looking for Grace Middleton." Recognition clear on the nurse's face, she grinned. "Oh, she'll be so happy to have a visitor. She's down on the very end on the right. I'm sorry for how crowded things are in here right now. There are renovations happening on the top 2 floors, and they're quarantining a few folks with a nasty flu on the one below those. This is the only floor we have left for non-contagious patients." Ah, that answered her previous question. "Not a problem. Thank you so much, ma'am." The nurse pulled her hand from the girl's and stood, closing the distance between them and lowering her voice. "Grace is a good friend of mine, as she started here as an orderly around the same time I finished my nurse's training. Are you from Hope House?" "I am, though I've been in Colorado for the past few months. I'm Tessa," she said as she extended her hand. "Tessa Martin." It was odd how easily the name came, despite the short period of time she'd been married. "Oh, she's spoken about you plenty. You two were roommates, right?" Compassion settled in her eyes as she spoke. "I'm Eleanor, by the way. Please know, she doesn't blame you in the slightest. I hope they catch those men, but mostly we all just want Grace to be safe." The gravity of exactly how they got in this situation hit Tessa once more, and her body went hot with shame and regret. "Me too," she croaked. "That's all I want." Eleanor placed her hand on Tessa's shoulder and squeezed lightly. "Go see her. It'll make you feel better." As Eleanor returned to the girl's bedside, Tessa forced her leadened legs to continue to the end of the ward. Somehow, with the urgency of determining whether Grace was even alive gone, the guilt and shame threatened to choke her. Lord, I can't change the past. All I can do is apologize and beg her for forgiveness. Finishing her quietly breathed prayer, Tessa passed 6 more beds until she reached Grace, her friend's blonde hair and wide smile clear long before she saw Tessa. She was laughing with the young woman in the bed next to her, no doubt making friends with everyone she met. Grace had a knack for that. She was born to be in healthcare, as her sunny disposition was bested only with her keen intelligence and caring heart. She was one of the few people who never chastised Tessa for all the scrapes she got herself into over the years. When they'd moved out of Hope House, it had felt completely natural they'd move in together, and the image of her in a hospital bed broke Tessa's heart. It didn't matter she was sitting up and smiling. She was still there because of her. Grace spotted her when she was still 10 feet away, her smile growing even wider at the sight. "Tessa!" She hadn't shouted, but her excitement still had heads turning Tessa's direction. "Why are you here? Come here and give me a hug." As Tessa got closer, something about Grace's exuberance seemed off, forced even, but she couldn't say why. Holding out her arms, Grace beckoned Tessa closer until she reached the bed and was pulled into a tight embrace. It was clear Eleanor had been correct. Grace held nothing against her, but it didn't mean Tessa didn't hold herself responsible. "Oh, Gracie, I'm so sorry." Grace pulled back, and her eyes flashed with something Tessa couldn't quite identify. "Tessa Stanton, don't you dare blame yourself for this. I'm the one who begged you to leave town in the first place. It's not your fault Mr. Marbury's men came looking for you right as I got home, and you're not the one who took a brick to the back of my head." With a gasp, Tessa bent forward to look at the place where Bradford's men had hurt her friend. A small part of the back of her head was shaved, her thick blonde hair at least clean of blood by now. Stitches traveled in a curved line from the middle of her head to the top, probably 3 inches in total, and suddenly the tears she'd been holding back fell with a vengeance. "Oh, Gracie." "No," Grace said as she jerked Tessa back upright. "Don't look at me like I'm dying. I'm going to be fine. The house mothers at Hope House have already agreed to let me stay there for a while after I'm released to get back on my feet, at least until I can come back to work here." She paused, something clearly on her mind, but Tessa didn't push her to share. "I'm so glad to see you." "I wouldn't be anywhere else." Expression sobering, Grace studied Tessa. "But truly, why are you here? If Bradford Marbury and his men were willing to take a brick to your roommate, there's no telling what he'll do to you if he finds you. You've got to get out of here, Tessa. Go back to Colorado and be with your husband." She paused, a moment of wistfulness coming over her. "You're happy there, aren't you? As happy as the other girls?" Tessa squeezed her hand, her friend's thoughtfulness despite her injuries just one more thing that made her such a good friend. "Oh, Grace, I have so much to tell you." Over the next half hour, Tessa filled Grace in on everything that had happened since she arrived in Colorado. She gushed about Ben and how quickly they'd gotten on, about the Coburn children and how they'd come to live with them, and about how wonderful the town was in general. She'd found a home there despite the relatively short time they'd been there, something that was forever elusive at Hope House, no matter how much she loved living there. Grace seemed happy for her, but occasionally a mist of tears clouded her friend's eyes. Still, her smile was genuine, and Tessa felt the guilt lifting piece by piece as she shared. "Oh, Tess, I'm so happy for you. I've prayed for you since the day you came home and told me you'd gone to see Mrs. Miller." "At your advice," Tessa replied with a smirk. It had been less advice and more absolute groveling, but there wasn't a thing in her that regretted going. "If I hadn't made such a foolish decision going to Bradford Marbury in the first place, none of this would have happened." Grace shook her head, placing her hand on Tessa's on the soft white sheets. "You made a mistake, Tessa. We all make them, me included. The only people responsible are Marbury and his men." She paused, biting her lower lip. "And, to be honest, there's more to the situation than you know." "What do you mean?" Grace's voice lowered, and her eyes darted around the nearby beds. The woman she'd been speaking with before Tessa arrived had gone to sleep, as had the man across from them. "There's a reason I suggested you go see Mrs. Miller, and it was more than just the fear of what Marbury would make you do. I knew exactly what would happen." Eyes narrowing, Tessa couldn't understand what Grace was trying to tell her. What would happen? She sighed, a lock of blonde hair falling across her face as she did so. About 6 months ago, a girl came into the hospital bleeding heavily at about 5 months of pregnancy. She was only 15 years old, Tess, and she was so scared. A tear rolled down Grace's cheek at the memory, but Tessa choked back some of her own. "She lost the baby. We managed to save the mother, but she left before she was discharged." "Where did she go?" Tessa couldn't help but think of Betsy, only 14 herself, pregnant and alone in the world. "Do you know where she is now?" Grace took a deep breath, wiping her cheeks. "I followed her to Bradford Marbury's office, the same place you said you'd gone to sign your contract. It only took me watching for a few hours behind a whiskey barrel at the saloon to realize the place was a brothel, and they were clearly using girls far too young to make any sort of choice. I put the pieces together, and I went back every chance I got for a month to try and help the girl, but she never came out. I don't... She choked out the last part. I don't even know if she's still alive. She trailed off, and Tessa got the feeling there was more to the story. More Grace didn't want to tell. Tessa's heart thumped in her chest, her blood rushing hot through her veins in indignation. He can't get away with this. We have to stop him. What do you think you can do about it? Grace's whisper sounded more frantic than broken now. The reason I stopped going was because one of his men spotted me, and I ran away. I thought it was over when you left for Colorado, but they came to the boarding house looking for you this week. The man who did this was the one who'd spotted me. He recognized you. So it hadn't really been about Tessa after all, at least not completely. It didn't make her feel any better, but it did answer some questions. And they tried to kill you. She nodded, clenching her eyes shut. They would have succeeded if one of the other boarders hadn't heard me hit the floor. I guess I wasn't worth any more trouble, so they ran. Knowing exactly what it might mean, there was no doubt in Tessa's mind where she had to go next. Standing on shaking knees, Tessa took in a deep breath to calm her racing heart. Grace's eyes went wide. Where are you going? I'm going to save those girls or die trying. Ben all but ran through the hospital ward with the house mother who'd come with him from Hope House. How in the world he'd managed to lose Tessa at the train station was beyond him, but it felt like he wouldn't be able to draw a deep breath until he found her. Hurrying ahead as she'd been to visit Grace more than once, Janice led the way. She's down here at the end, but I don't see Tessa at her bedside. Where could she possibly be? Ben hadn't known whether Tessa would go immediately to the hospital or to Hope House first, so he'd picked the place where he knew he could get at least some information. Janice had been surprised to see him, even more so when she learned who he was, but it was clear to everyone there that he loved Tessa deeply, despite her insecurities about always getting into trouble. As they approached the last bed on the right, Ben took in the sight of a beautiful young blonde woman with terror in her eyes. "Oh, Miss Janice, I'm so glad you're here." Her eyes darted behind Janice to Ben, then back to the woman. "Tessa needs help." No longer concerned with manners, Ben stepped around Janice and did his best to keep his voice calm. "What's wrong? Where is she?" "Grace," Janice cut in quickly. "This is Pastor Ben Martin, Tessa's husband. He came after her when she left Mud Lake, but we can't find her." The girl sat up further, wincing a little as she did. "She's gone to find Bradford Marbury." It wasn't 5 minutes later, Ben had sprinted out of the hospital with the best directions Grace could give him. She'd only had time to tell him a little bit about what kind of man Bradford Marbury was, but what little he knew turned his stomach. Every protective instinct roared to life as he sprinted down the street, hopeful Janice had heeded his instructions to go to the police. If he or any of his men harmed a hair on Tessa's head, it would be God alone that saved them. Chapter 17. When Tessa left New Orleans for Mud Lake in the late spring, she hoped she'd never see this building again. From the outside, it didn't look like the monster's lair it was, the whitewashed exterior a direct contrast to the darkness within. Bradford Marbury's office wasn't in the worst part of town, but it wasn't in the best either. One could find just about whatever they wanted here, whether that be the saloon across the street, the bank and other businesses, or even a church steeple less than a half-mile away. Men sat in rocking chairs on the front porch of the office, Marbury Holdings painted on the sign out front. It had been where she'd gone to sign her contract, but the excitement and hope she felt that day were replaced with anger and determination now. The men out front eyed her, looking her up and down with blank expressions. If she had to guess, these were two of the men who'd attacked Grace, though it was possible there were far more men in his employ than she even knew. Thankful they couldn't see her shaking legs under her skirt, Tessa climbed the steps to the building as though she knew exactly where she was going and what she was doing, though nothing could be further from the truth. A plan probably would have been helpful, and sneaking in through the back might have been possible, but it was too late now. The men had spotted her, so she had to portray a confidence she didn't feel if she wanted to get to the women inside. Searching her memory for whether or not she'd seen any sort of bookshelf that could hide an opening to the seedier goings-on inside, Tessa came up blank. What would she do if Bradford or one of his men who recognized her were on the other side of the front door? Should she act like she was here to work? Should she tell him she knew what's really happening? No, that seemed foolhardy, and she hadn't even alerted police to what was happening. Then again, who could say whether the police knew exactly what was going on and turned a blind eye due to money and influence? Threats, even? The truth was, she could second-guess herself all day long, but the only way she'd get any of the girls out would be to step forward. And so she did. The door creaked as she pushed it open, but the front office space with a desk on one side and cabinets on the other was empty of people. Where was Bradford? It was somewhat of a relief that they weren't here, but what did that mean? Taking a moment to acquaint herself with her surroundings, Tessa spotted 2 windows behind Bradford's desk that led into a narrow alleyway to the side. Due to the building's facade connecting to the one next to it, she hadn't realized it was there before. There were no bookshelves that could be hiding a door, but there was a closed door right there to the left of Bradford's desk. It could lead to a closet or to the back of the building. Could it possibly be that easy? Lord, go before me and behind me. Tessa moved towards the door and turned the doorknob, only to find it locked. Come on, Tess. If you were a key, where would you be? Did he keep it on him? Did his men? A quick search yielded nothing, and Tessa's shoulders hung in defeat until the window caught her sight again. Could she fit through it? Jimmying the window that clearly hadn't been opened in ages, Tessa managed to make a large enough opening that she could just squeeze herself through it. Going head first so as to not have to fool with bunching skirts, Tessa put her arms out to brace her fall. She tumbled into the dirty alley, but it reminded her a little of the one she'd hidden in after she'd stolen the money for her little brothers that day at the docks. The thought bolstered her, and she shut the window before moving further back into the alley. The building was much longer than she realized, but there were no windows along the exterior wall this far back. At least, there weren't on the first floor. Looking up, Tessa realized there were windows to the narrow alley on what appeared to be the second floor. Was that where he kept the girls? She'd heard of evil men getting their women addicted to substances to keep them more or less compliant in such situations. Is that why they'd never shimmied down the drain pipes that ran down the side of the building? Or maybe he'd simply terrified them within an inch of their lives. Either way, Tessa refused to back down, and every moment of tree-climbing experience she had came rushing back in preparation for this moment. Lord, please help the drain pipes be strong. Not all that different from how she'd always climbed trees, Tessa climbed one of the drain pipes to peer into one of the dirty windows on the second floor. At first, she didn't see anything, but then a girl's face appeared in the window and almost startled Tessa into falling. Her long dark hair was stringy and dirty, and there was a large bruise on her cheek. She wore a long white nightgown that was just as dirty as the rest of her, but it was the terror in her eyes that broke Tessa's heart. Tapping lightly on the window, Tessa motioned for the girl to open it. "Open it, please. I'm here to help you." She didn't dare speak too loudly for fear she'd be discovered, but the girl shook her head. "No, and it doesn't open anyway. Get out of here." She could barely hear the girl through the thin glass, and Tessa thought through her options. She could leave and go get help. There was a small opening into a back alley that could lead her out, but what if the police really were involved? Knowing her only option was to break the window, Tessa prayed God would dampen the sound. "Back up!" Eyes wide, the girl did as she was told, and Tessa spotted bare feet under the nightgown. It was at least 3 inches too short, and the girl was far too thin. She looked to be around Betsy's age, and any hesitation Tessa had melted away. Grabbing as much spare fabric from her skirt as she could, Tessa wrapped it around her hand to cushion the blow. With a swing that would likely impress most men, Tessa felt the pain radiate up her arm as she managed to crack the window. A second blow broke it, and it was as though the Lord dampened what should no doubt have been a loud crash. Climbing through the window, Tessa did her best not to let herself get too cut up on the fragments. A few pulled at her skirts, but she managed to make it through with only a scratch or two. The girl was trembling, eyes darting towards the door, even as hope flashed in her eyes as she looked out the broken window. "That alley leads to nowhere," she whispered with a trembling voice. "They told us that when we got here." "No, they lied. Tessa said softly as she extended a hand. "I'm Tessa Martin, by the way. What's your name?" "Jade," she said softly as she took Tessa's outstretched hand. It hurt, and Tessa wondered if she'd broken a finger or two on the window, but she didn't care. "Why are you here?" "I'm here because you deserve freedom. How many other girls are on this floor?" Jade shook her head. "At least 6, but I'm really not sure. But you can't go out there. There are guards on the floor, and the doors are locked anyway." They also said the alley was closed off, but it's not. "I'm going to help you climb down, and I want you to run as fast as you can away from this place. Go to the garden district as fast as you can. Do you know how to get there?" Eyes wide, Jade nodded. "I think so." Giving the quickest directions to Hope House she could, Tessa took Jade's hand again. Ignoring her own throbbing fingers, she squeezed. "They are good people, and they'll help you. I promise, you're not trading one monster for another." Tears flowed down Jade's face. I thought I was joining an acting troupe." Knowing just how close she'd come to being in the situation herself, Tessa's eyes filled as well. "I know. I fell for it too. But you can get out. I'm going to help you. Go to Hope House and tell them Tessa sent you. They'll keep you safe." Tossing a dirty sheet over the windowsill to try and cushion some of the jagged edges, Tessa helped Jade get secured on the drain pipe. The girl's knuckles were white on the cold iron. She shut her eyes briefly and took a deep breath before inching towards the ground. Finally, her feet hit the dirt, and she nodded slightly at Tessa. "Thank you," she whispered before taking off at a sprint. Tessa wiped her cheek as she watched Jade round the corner, and she prayed once again for God to keep her safe as she ran. Just as she pondered how to get out into the hallway without being spotted, the knob on the door turned, and what felt like the devil himself stood before her. Marbury didn't look the least bit surprised, nor did the 2 men who stood behind him. They were the same ones who'd been sitting on the front porch. They're ignoring her. Something she should have known was too good to be true. "There she is," Marbury said in his thick southern drawl. "We've been looking for you, Tessa Stanton. I've got big plans for you, but first you're going to learn why I'm not a man to be trifled with." His salt and pepper gray hair, but relatively smooth skin, meant he had to be somewhere in his late 30s or 40s, though the men behind him appeared younger. Marbury was about 4 inches taller than her, though the other 2 were much larger. Without thinking, Tessa lunged towards the window, only to feel herself yanked back by her hair. It now pulled free from its pins in a painful jerk, and she cried out. Crashing to the floor, the pain in Tessa's hand brought the tears back as one of the men shut and locked the door. Still on the floor, the other guard tied her hands above her head and fastened them to the bottom leg of the bed frame, rendering her all but defenseless. Well, except for her feet. Knowing it was a mostly hopeless cause, Tessa kicked out at Marbury's knee and felt some measure of satisfaction at his own loud grunt of pain. Before the others could react, she kicked again at the guard closest to her, catching his abdomen with her boot. Unfortunately, the other one had recovered by then, and he planted his own booted foot into her side as Bradford and the guard righted themselves. "You're going to regret that," Marbury said as he began to remove his belt. "Flip her over." Uncaring about the pain in her ribs or her hand, the one who'd kicked her flipped her onto her stomach, another cry of pain escaping as she heard the swoosh of Marbury's belt being pulled from the loops on his trousers. "I told you I'm not a man to be trifled with, Miss Stanton." Bracing herself for what was sure to be the most pain she'd ever felt, Tessa clenched her eyes shut just as the door crashed open. She turned her head just enough to see a murderous-looking Ben standing there and taking in the scene. If she thought he looked murderous before, it was nothing compared to the fire in his eyes when he spotted her there on the ground, and Marbury's hand raised to strike his belt. With the roar of a warrior, Ben ran forward and tackled Marbury to the ground and landed an impossibly hard punch to the face. "That's Mrs. Martin." Once Marbury was out cold, Ben turned his attention to the other 2 men who'd pulled knives from their sheaths. He might end up bleeding out on the floor, but he'd give Tessa the time to escape out the window to his back if it killed him. Pulling Marbury's belt from his hand, Ben swung it with full force against the man's guards. The buckle popped one in the hand, and he dropped his knife to the floor. As one guard howled, the other charged him at full force, barely missing Tessa in his heavy-footed stomp. Rather than try and take down a man larger than him, Ben did as he'd always done in his fights as a boy, and he used the man's weight against him. Stepping to the side, Ben grabbed onto the scruff of the man's shirt and his belt to guide his own momentum towards the window. He hoped it wouldn't actually kill him, but it was a chance he'd have to take. With every bit of strength he possessed, Ben pushed the second guard out the broken window and to the alley below. Thankfully, Janice had apparently managed to rally the police, and 2 came rushing into the alleyway just as he landed. Hopefully, the rest were on their way upstairs. Marbury was still out cold, so Ben focused his attention on the guard, who still had blood dripping from his hand. He'd reached down to collect his knife and began to charge Ben as well, though his path wasn't directly towards the window. Just as he reached Tessa, her foot kicked out and managed to both trip him and knock him into the wall just as police appeared in the doorway. "Stop!" they yelled, as they likely tried to determine who was the aggressor and who was the defender. "Hands up!" Chapter 18. Tessa settled back into Ben's hold on the back porch of Hope House, the first time she'd ever sat on the porch swing with a boy. It felt a little surreal, to be honest, as this wasn't just any boy she'd fancied growing up. This was her husband, the one who'd ridden hard and fast to meet her train, and somehow managed to find her just in time. If she weren't a woman of faith already, it might just make her one. Ben's fingers ran up and down her arm as they watched the young children play catch, but it was the sight of some of Marbury's girls that really touched her. Jade sat in the grass with 2 of the smallest children working on a puzzle. Victoria and Elizabeth played ball with some of the younger children, and Susan drew pictures on the other end of the porch. The girls, all between 14 and 16, had a long road ahead of them. For years, they'd look back on their time in Marbury's brothel with fear, anxiety, devastation, and a host of other emotions Tessa couldn't even begin to describe. They'd need to talk, to have someone to listen to all the pain they'd been through, and to look at them with compassion rather than pity. The Hope House mothers were more than ready to take on the task, but even they had questions about their abilities to do so. Janice planned to reach out to a few of their donors and see what resources might be available to help the girls, particularly since some of them would age out in less than 2 years. 2 more girls had also been rescued the day before, including the young woman who Grace met at the hospital, but they'd been unwilling to go to Hope House with the rest. As much as it had broken Tessa's heart, she understood. They were free, and they'd gone on their way with a little money to get them set up. One had actually boarded the train that morning for Pine Creek, Texas, the place where the Hope House benefactress Abigail Jones lived with her husband and family. Janice had sent a note with her, and Tessa had no doubt she'd be welcome to town with open arms. As for the other one, the young woman who'd lost her baby and escaped from the hospital, Tessa could only pray that she'd find safety and peace. Shifting, her fingers smarted underneath the thick bandage the doctors at the hospital had used to wrap them. They were indeed broken, but they would heal just the way the Lord designed them to. It was beautiful and tragic, hopeful and heartbreaking. Ben placed a kiss to her cheek and placed his finger under her chin to guide her to face him. "How are you feeling?" Concern laced both his expression and his words, but Tessa smiled softly. "I'm better than I would have thought, to be honest." The doctors at the hospital didn't think the kick had actually broken any ribs, though she did have a nasty bruise on her side. It didn't hurt to breathe, though twisting in certain ways would certainly be painful for a while. "I'm so glad Grace is willing to go back to Colorado with us." She'd been released from the hospital the day before, and Ben and Tessa had agreed to delay their departure for a few more days to give her a little more time to rest. Ben returned her smile, though his eyes were a little suspicious. "What's this I heard you saying about working with Ethan at the clinic?" She shrugged, the corner of her lip quirking upward. "He needs a compassionate nurse, and there's none better than Grace. The only reason she doesn't have the certificate is because she's not had the money to complete the training. Besides, who knows what the Lord might do there?" Eyes suspicious but clearly amused, Ben kissed the tip of her nose. "You, Tessa Martin, are somehow both the most wonderful and infuriating woman I've ever met." He chuckled. "Yesterday, you nearly died running into a brothel to save girls you didn't even know, And today, you're scheming to play matchmaker for Grace and the good doctor. Does your mind ever slow down? Not yet, but there's a first time for everything. Grinning, Tessa placed a kiss of her own to his lips, quick and sweet due to the children surrounding them. Not regretting sending off to Mrs. Miller, I hope. It was only teasing, as somehow the two of them had found the perfect match in one another, and she was as secure in that as she was anything else in the world. Never. Ben started to say more, but happy squeals from the children distracted him. A group of 3 boys who looked to be around 16 stood just on the other side of the fence, all of them wearing clothes a touch too small, but mostly clean. All 3 of them had hopeful expressions on their faces, morphing into joy when they saw Tessa there on the porch. As though she didn't have 2 broken fingers and a bruise on her ribs, Tessa bolted up from the porch swing and down the steps at a run. "You're here!" She flew to the fence and pulled all 3 into a hug, and Ben realized as he drew closer that she was sobbing. "Ben, this is Preston, William, and Peter. They're my little brothers in all the ways that matter here. Boys, this is Ben, my husband." The middle one, tall and broad despite his young age, eyed Ben with suspicion. "I'm Preston. You treatin' her right?" The other 2 boys crossed their arms over their chests, knights standing sentinel for their princess. "I sure am, and I plan to for the rest of our lives." Seeing the way they all relaxed at seeing Tessa take his hand, Ben decided he liked these boys just fine. "And if you boys ever decide to come out west and see for yourself, we'd be happy to pay your train fare." Tessa's head whipped around toward Ben, her eyes wide. "Really?" Unable to hold back at the hope on her face, Ben leaned forward and pressed his lips to her forehead. "Of course. They're your family, right?" Turning back to Preston, William, and Peter, he held out a hand. "I'm serious. Janice here at Hope House has our mailing address. Just say the word, and we'll send you 3 tickets and help you get set up with work in Mud Lake." William and Peter exchanged looks behind Preston before the latter spoke up. "What kind of work?" "Well, we've got a mine a few miles south of town, but the work can be dangerous. You're supposed to be 18 to work there, and while they don't necessarily follow that rule, I know Tessa wouldn't want you risking your neck every day like that." The memory of Lawrence laying there at the entrance to the mine while Ethan saved his life would be seared into Ben's mind forever. There's also work for ranch and farm hands that don't really have an age restriction, so long as you're strong and willing to learn. Businesses in town also hire delivery boys, as well as shelf stockers. All 3 looked intrigued by the idea. "Tell you what," Preston said, as though he was a grown man rather than 15 or 16. "We're signed on to a contract with a brick mason in town until April of next year, but we'll give it some thought and let you know then." Turning his attention back to Tessa, his curiosity morphed into affection. "We're glad you're doing so well out there, Tessa. You deserve to be happy." They visited for a few more minutes until the boys had to get to work and the house mothers came out to call everyone in for dinner. As Ben watched Tessa with the children that evening, it struck him how much he missed the Coburn children. Were they doing all right? Of course they were. Mara and Liam had agreed to look in on them, and the 4 of them had been existing in much worse conditions than they had in the parsonage for a long time. Still, getting back home couldn't come soon enough, but this time they'd have Grace in tow as well. Once the Hope House children went to bed that evening, and Janice had made up the guest room for him and Tessa, the women had gone out to the front porch to chat for a while. He hadn't minded the quiet, and it had given him time to reflect on everything that had happened in the past few days. By the time Tessa came back inside that evening, and the house mothers and Grace all went to bed, they sat on the sofa by the lantern light in companionable silence. He held her good hand, rubbing his thumb across her smooth skin as he did. "Did you have a good visit with Grace?" Even in the low lighting, he could see the way her brows furrowed. "Yes, but I'm afraid she's less confident about going to Mud Lake than she lets on." "What do you mean?" The woman had seemed plenty bubbly in his short time with her, and her relief at seeing Tessa safe the day before had been palpable. "I can't put my finger on it exactly, but something's bothering her more than just the attack and injury. It's not something most people would notice." She sighed, her head falling softly onto his shoulder. I guess we just have to leave it in the Lord's hands. If I know anything, Ben began, it's that the Lord can take broken things and put them back together. He stitches up wounded hearts, and sometimes he even takes broken pieces from different families and creates a whole new one. Look around at what they've built here. It's not without hurt, of course, but this place is a family. And us, we're going home to 4 children that aren't ours by blood, but I have no doubt God meant us to be the ones to care for them. Tessa didn't speak for a moment, and he wondered if she'd fallen asleep. I know you're right. Head tilting up to look him in the eye, her eyes darkened. Thank you for coming after me the way you did. I don't know what I'd have done if you hadn't come. Honestly, he couldn't even think about it. The Lord was with us. Not only did he lead me to you just in time, but he also kept me from doing more than I needed to save you. Learning the man he'd tossed from the window would recover had relieved him more than he could say. If he had to kill a man to save his wife, he would, but he didn't relish the idea of sending any lost sheep to judgment. Both guards and Bradford Marbury would spend many years in prison, he imagined, but he and Tessa would be far away in Mud Lake before they even came to trial. They sat in silence for a while longer, until Tessa fell asleep on his shoulder. They'd grown used to sharing a bedroom since the children moved in, though Ben still slept on the floor out of respect for her feelings. One of these days, he hoped she'd ask him to stay beside her, and the image of a dark-haired baby with Tessa's precocious personality fluttered through his mind. In your timing, Lord. In your timing. Standing, Ben placed his arms under his sleeping bride and carried her up the stairs to the guest bedroom. As he laid her down on the crisp white sheets and removed her shoes, he prayed the Lord would continue to guide them in their marriage. When they left tomorrow, they'd return to the life they had together in Mud Lake, and they had all the time in the world to grow closer as a couple. Softly kissing her unbandaged hand, Ben couldn't help but watch the peace on her face as she slept for a moment. Sleep well, Mrs. Martin, he whispered. Tomorrow, we go home. Chapter 19. 4 weeks later. Mud Lake, Colorado. Ben stood on stage at the church wearing a white shirt and dark trousers that somehow made him look just as handsome as any suit ever could. Tessa grinned from over by the piano as he welcomed the packed house to the variety show. Blessedly, her fingers had healed enough to play the simple pieces she'd performed tonight. We are so glad you're here, friends. First, a round of applause for my wife and her committee for putting this incredible event together. Ladies, please stand. Tessa stood, as did Kate, Lizzie, Paige, and Mara. The other 4 had done a great deal of planning while Tessa and Ben had been in New Orleans, but she'd hit the ground running the day they got back. Grace had been in Mud Lake for a month now, and she'd started her job at the clinic just a few days after she arrived. As it turned out, Ethan Collins had been more than happy to welcome an experienced orderly to the clinic, and Alma Collins had been thrilled to give up her post. The moment the two had first met, it was clear Ethan was attracted to Grace, but there was still something off with her normally bubbly friend. At the moment, Grace sat on the front pew next to Kate, a smile pasted on her face. Before Tessa could dwell on it, Ben continued, These ladies have worked so hard to put this event together, and I know it's going to be a wonderful night. All the proceeds from entry fees and tickets will go towards building a new clothes closet on the back of the church so that any and all donations can be safely housed now that the parsonage is blessedly full. He grinned back at Tessa, where she sat on the piano bench with Betsy and Lucy, ready to perform the piece the girls had learned in their lessons. Betsy was actually quite talented, and Tessa had no doubt she'd come into her own as a pianist before long. Lucy was still just having fun, the perfect approach to take at her age. Lawrence and Conrad sat on the other front pew, not performing that evening, but ready to enjoy the show. Lawrence had another month or 2 before he'd be able to move out to the ranch, but his injury was healing quicker than Dr. Collins had imagined it would. That, plus the fact he'd asked Ben to lead him to the Lord that week, had Tessa's heart brimming with more joy than she knew what to do with. After a prayer, Tessa, Betsy, and Lucy kicked off the show with their rendition of an old hymn Tessa had arranged to have a bit of kick to it. Liam's comedy act was hilarious, though his wife cringed at half the things he said, and Dr. Collins was surprisingly impressive with his magic tricks. He even called Conrad up to the stage to be his assistant, something that had the boy grinning from ear to ear. A last-minute entry, all 4 of the ladies from the saloon came and performed the same song Tessa had sung from the stage all those weeks ago. They sang in 4-part harmony, and Natasha turned to wink at Tessa just before hitting a note that would no doubt shake the windows. They'd all begun attending church on occasion, and Tessa had made it a point to visit them every few days, though she stayed away from the building in the evenings. Their questions about God and the Bible challenged her, and she'd come home more than once asking Ben his opinion on such matters. Truly, though, it was listening to each of their stories that touched Tessa's heart the most. She could understand why they had doubts, and all she could do was pray that they'd continue asking questions. Sadie Jenkins and a few of the other children did a Bible skit, something they'd apparently been working on with Lizzie unbeknownst to Tessa. Even Lucy got in on it, and she couldn't believe the loquacious child had somehow managed to keep it a secret. As the evening came to a close, Ben led them all in another raucous round of applause for both the organizers of the event and the performers. As it stands now, we've raised more than enough to purchase the materials to build a structure connected to the back of the church, so we'll keep the rest in a benevolence fund to use as needs arise in the community. Now, Tessa, could I ask you to come forward? Curious, Tessa stood from the piano bench where she'd played accompaniment for most of the evening and closed the distance to her husband. He wrapped his arm around her and placed a quick kiss on her forehead. I want to publicly say what a blessing this woman has been to me since she got to town, and use our story to remind each of you the Lord knows what you need long before you do. You've all witnessed some of our rocky moments, he said with a quick glance at Natasha and the other women. But hopefully, you've also seen the grace we've had to have for one another and ourselves. Learn from Tessa's boldness, her compassion, and her selflessness. I know I am. Tears pricked her eyes at the praise, but it was the heartbreak on Grace's face that pulled Tessa's attention. Her glassy eyes broke Tessa's heart, and she couldn't begin to guess what had her friends so upset. As soon as Ben finished the closing prayer, Grace stood and all but flew out of the church, Ethan staring after her with some mixture of sadness and frustration on his face. Tessa followed, moving as quickly as she could without elbowing folks. At first, she didn't spot Grace in the low lighting of dusk. A quiet sob sounded to her right, and Grace followed the sound around the side of the church building. There, with her arms crossed over her body protectively, Grace's shoulders shook wildly as tears flowed down her pretty face. Her hair, blonde and tinted with red, had started to come free from its pins. "Gracie," Tessa said softly, "what's wrong?" She'd known something was wrong. She'd suspected something at the hospital, but had known it from the day after they'd freed the girls in New Orleans. Grace was hiding something, and Tessa did her best to quell the hurt Grace hadn't trusted her enough to share it. Grace's head shook, and she wiped the tears from her cheeks. "Tessa, I think I'm—" A masculine voice behind Tessa broke in then. "She's pregnant." Whipping around, Tessa found both Ben and Ethan standing 6 feet behind her in the shadows of the church. As though she and Ben didn't even exist, Ethan passed them and headed straight for Grace, smoothing back one of the locks of hair that had fallen. "That's it, isn't it? You're pregnant?" "How?" Grace's voice broke again, her shoulders still shaking. "How did you know? I only just realized myself." Ethan raised a brow. "I wasn't certain, but you've thrown up twice in the last 3 days at work. You wince when you turn too quickly, and you started crying when you looked at the calendar today. It's hard to know for certain this early, but I suspected." Tessa stepped forward, unsure what to do in that moment. "Oh, Grace, don't worry, we'll help you. Even if you can't work in the clinic and live in the apartment, we'll—" "Marry me." Ethan's voice cut in and rendered Tessa speechless for the first time in her life. "All the other women came out here as mail-order brides, and you don't need to be pregnant and unmarried this far west. Marry me, and we'll take the rest as it comes." Later that evening, Ben and Tessa sat on the back porch swing of the parsonage. It reminded him of how they'd sat at Hope House, watching the children play. "I can't believe Grace is pregnant," he said. "She must be so scared." Questions about the father pricked his curiosity, but none of that really mattered at the moment. What mattered was tomorrow, Grace and Ethan would be man and wife. Ethan had purchased the property behind the clinic and begun building a cabin so he could be close enough to reach while still having a little space. Once they married, the apartment above the clinic would be vacant, as Grace had moved in there once she'd started working. "I know," Tessa said softly. "I hate that she didn't feel like she could tell me." His fingers ran up and down her arm, the touch as grounding for him as he hoped it was for her. "I'm sure it had nothing to do with you. Society isn't kind to women in her position, but hopefully Mud Lake will act differently. They'll be married tomorrow." Her tone made it clear she had as tough a time believing it as Ben did. "She'll be Mrs. Grace Collins." Turning in the seat to face him, Tessa rested her forehead on his. "But I suppose it's like you said tonight. The Lord knows better than we do." He sure did. Who'd have thought that an insecure, rule-following minister would become a husband and father figure within the span of a summer? Lawrence would be heading out to the ranch as the weather turned cool, and the rest of the children planned to start school and catch up on the lessons they missed once their parents passed. "I don't think I've ever been happier in my life." Their lips barely an inch apart, Tessa chuckled. "Me either. This family we're creating here, it's everything I've ever dreamed of." Pausing, Ben sensed an uncharacteristic shyness to his bride. "Speaking of family—" "Yes?" He hoped he knew where the conversation was going, but he wanted to make certain. "What about family?" "Ben, I'm sure the floor has been plenty comfortable over these past few weeks, but—" She trailed off again, and he had no doubt she was blushing in the low light. "Mrs. Martin, that's the best offer I've heard all day." Ben wrapped his arms around Tessa and kissed his wife like a man in love. And he was, beyond any doubt in his mind. He'd fallen in love with the wife he never expected, and he'd been given a life better than one he could have ever dreamed of. Thanks for listening. If you haven't already, please subscribe to my channel so you never miss an upload.